Why there was no sound.
What?
I don't know
Really?
why Streamlabs was completely muted.
Oh my goodness.
So do I have to say all of this again?
Very
No.
quickly, yes, sorry.
Right, so because the sound wasn't working, the summary is... Right, I can do this. Foreign is being taken to jail. He's being led through the cells. He is being led through this corner with a redhead on the right who seems to be quietly just sitting, watching out of the gates in front of them. As they came around this corner, he successfully recognized this halfling here appears to be the face from the earlier sessions where they rounded up some bandits and had let go.
Shoot.
Coming around here,
Ice pack.
he noticed a young girl around the age of 10 in one of the cells. An elderly gentleman as they rounded the next corner, and they've put him in this cell here. Because who doesn't like putting people at the back of the prison?
And now I think we're talking about the wall in the back of
And
the cell.
he can hear some kind of noise coming from the cell behind him, indicated by this little arrowy sketch. And with a fairly regular occurrence, scream echo down the corridors, although he can't pinpoint the actual location that's coming from. It's a male screaming, or so you believe. Doesn't seem to have the pitch to be otherwise. And it seems like whoever's causing him to scream is waiting just long enough for him to catch his breath before doing whatever it is again.
Damn it. Oh.
And the guards lock the gate. They have a minor utterance to one another. And then they head back out the way they came.
Hmm. Okay.
And for now, you seem to just be left alone, unknowing what's next. There was no
Well,
mention of when or where things
I'm gonna
would
tap
be
on the
happening.
wall and see if I can get a response from whoever's on the other side.
Tap on the wall.
Wall.
Hang on, let me just do this so I can get the arrow. There we go. You're going to tap it lightly or
Lightly on the wall to see who's in the cell behind me.
tap on the wall? There doesn't seem to be any
Response.
response. But it also is, as you tap on the wall, racking your knuckles on it, this is a very solid wall. Very thick, very solid. Like, no, your dwarven knowledge of stonework kind of says there are no gaps in this wall. Non hollows.
So no way of actually talking to whoever's over there.
Not if you're lightly tapping the wall.
Oh, this is ugh. Why am I making this? This could be a very bad decision, though. I tap on the wall harder.
Would you like to use a different phrase other than tap?
I rap the wall with
There
my
you go.
knuckles harder.
So you actually knocked the wall.
Yes. I'm half expecting to have to roll something right now, but
Right. There's no response from this side. Whoever's there just seems to be making a ruckus. Sounds like they're just like throwing a bit of a tantrum, like just every now and again, just sort of like shoving themselves into a wall and not much.
Well, uh,
Oh, I also forgot to say they took your weapons from you.
well,
I think that's a bit
yeah.
obvious on the way in.
Did they take
If
the
they
tools?
did,
They basically took his pack off of him and
Okay.
like, so he's got whatever he was wearing, but empty pockets and
They took
no
everything
backpack
but the
in it.
clothes on his back. Basically.
There's no response from this side. However, from this side, you hear, "Psst, you
I
guy."
look over.
Well, you
Oh,
can't really look over.
well, I step to the end of the cell and see who's respond in kind. Yeah.
You guy.
Who are you?
Fuck you for asking that question. The one there I did not prepare.
Oh my
God,
goodness.
I prepared so many, but not this one. Fuck
Oh
you,
my
Liv.
gosh.
Oh no, my eyes. Ah!
He's speaking to a ghost.
Oh, you can't
Apparently
see
you
it.
speak. No, and Mouse, you fucking cursed me like that.
Alright,
Oh,
here we
there
go.
we go. My ice pack fell over.
Yeah, the only reason why
Name's
he was able
Patul.
to see him is because the ghost led him.
Name's
Batul.
Patul.
Don't.
What's yours?
O'Toole Thorin. What are you doing
I
here?
believe he said Batul.
Batul.
You first. You're new. Not seen faces for a while.
Fresh meat.
I don't know why I'm here, save for the fact that they said I did something or stole something and gave no further explanation.
Ah, could be in for a wait. They do as they please here.
Was that what the screaming was about?
Screaming. Don't know about the screaming. It happens every now and again.
Hmm.
I assume the troublemakers or more punishment. If you
So
just
would
keep
I.
quiet, they don't tend to bother you.
So what are you in here for then?
Ah, broke a neck.
Bar fight? Or a thief?
Both.
Ah,
But apparently that's not. Apparently I'm the troublemaker. Not those who go stealing from others.
what did they steal?
Nothing. Because they got caught.
Huh. By chance are you a dwarf?
Ha!
Or visit?
Dwarves. Not, not many dwarves get pulled up in here.
Hmm. I think about that for a sec before responding. So if you're not a dwarf, what are you?
I'm strong. That's all you need to know.
I stroke my beard as I hear them say this. I'm thinking about this one for a sec. Just so you know, I am one of those unfortunate dwarfs that ended up in here.
Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah, must have been
son.
something really bad for a dwarf to end up
Yeah.
here.
Hmm.
They tend to be lenient with their own folk.
Makes me wonder. I haven't been to the city in 9 years. And my first time back, within a single day, I've been hauled off to this place. And no
Sounds like a
explanation.
good story. You should keep to it. Might get you out sooner.
Well, that's all I do know. And as for what might have been done or what they think I did, I can't say much until they tell me what it is I've done.
We'll find out when they
They're
come.
about to summon it.
Till then, nice to meet you. We'll see who leaves
Same to
first.
you. Well, I sit back against the wall in the back of my cell and I decide to snooze because that's all I can do for the moment.
Okay, okay. Which case, we'll jump over to the other group.
Oh.
That currently, after waiting till the guards give them the okay that they can continue, and being informed that they're in front of the library, head the short way down the road and inside.
Head inside. Woo.
Unfortunately, I don't have a fancy picture for you guys for this. But
Do we have map of the library though?
not a fancy one to start with.
Oh, God.
Good, great, excellent.
Oh,
10 out of
come
10. We'll meme again.
So,
Wow.
here we go. So, as you enter the library, you notice that the building itself at the fork in the road is what seems to split the road off in the two directions, with the entrance on the corner itself, with a more cylindrical shaped front that actually runs from the floor all the way to the ceiling of the cavern, as if this part is carved out of the, as if the fronts of this area of like buildings is carved out of the cavern itself. And as you head inside, doesn't seem that impressive. There's just a round room with a matching semicircled desk in the front with no one there, and off to the side seems to be two guards posted inside. And then there's what appears to be a large doorway that heads further in. The guards kind of look at the group, but don't seem to pay no mind to you coming in.
Yeah, then.
And as you head through the door behind the desk, it opens out into a large room filled with many
Shelves upon
bookshelves.
shelves upon shelves of books.
And as you glance around, you see there's like different doorways that lead off into like other rooms. And as you like take a peek to see like just a general like look through the doorway from where you're standing as you enter, so like you can see there's more shelves and things through there, and they seem the inside of, now you're actually inside the library, it seems to be more decorative than the simple plain outside as you approached. So you're effectively standing in a room filled with a bunch of books. You can't really see anyone as you enter, but there appears to be a combination of like 7 doors that lead off of this room, and it's kind of rectangular. And then there's like one door at the far end, and then like 3 on either side, like top, middle, bottom. If
Yeah.
the door at the far end is
Yeah.
top. And then there appears to be no one in sight in this room. What would you first
Empty for
like
the
to do?
library. I look at all this. I look at all the spines of the books. What language are they in?
The spines of the books. I wouldn't suggest all of them. There's a lot of fucking books.
Do I see at
Where's-
least common in there?
There's a couple of books with common like words on the outer side, like on the spine of the book, dotted around here and there as you kind of like walk past shelves, having a look.
But I take it the others are
But
Dwarven?
mainly there's a lot of dwarven books.
I have to say, this is a very
Yeah,
unfortunate time for Thorin to get arrested.
We should have just came straight here instead of going to an inn.
There
I
is
suppose.
every now and again there's a random book in a random other language as well, but
What
wait,
kind of
like
what kind of language?
what kind of language? There's a variety of languages. Which one would you like?
Infernal?
Not at a first glance, but there might be. There's a lot of
Why
books.
do you have a demon language?
Zoho
right,
just
there- all right,
glances
there are
over at
tieflings.
Cayenne and just looks away, saying, I'll tell you about it later."
I look for any elvish or giant.
In the first room that you're in, let's have investigation or perception from people,
Okay.
just to
okay.
get a general gist of what's in here.
I'm going to the character sheet because I don't have icon.
Oh.
Why?
And boom!
Oh, nat 20.
Nat 20!
And
Whoa.
I got a 2.
I'm just gonna look for. I'm just gonna look for the library. I'm just gonna look. I'm just gonna
Right.
look for the librarian.
Perception check, I guess? Is that a perception check?
Mine
You
is
can
a
roll
perception
either,
check.
because either you're basically like glancing at the books as you go down, or you're specifically looking for something with a recognizable language.
Hey, Kai,
Yep.
I'm going to step away for a few minutes to use the washroom while they're
Okay,
doing this.
cool.
Oof.
So,
That's it. Yeah,
oh,
whatever.
hang on, I should do Rill as well. Rill's here, honest.
She's here, guys. She's just not in
Uh,
a talkative mood.
She seems to be having a. Right, so. Otto, the majority of the books that you're spotting as you're walking along the side, just eye level with the ones you get, it's like, there's mostly Dwarven. There's a. You come across a random common one, and like language. You're just kind of like looking at the spine just to see if you understand any of the languages. There's a random giant one.
Oh, I picked that one up.
Zoho, as you kind of like, you walk down, you kind of like run your finger across the spines, like next to you, like keeping track of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Mixture of common, dwarvish. There's a random elven one. There's a random. Well, it appears to be some form of dwarvish, but not. It looks like dwarf runes, but doesn't look like dwarf runes.
Doesn't look like dwarf runes?
It looks similar to dwarf runes, but not from what you remember, like recall dwarf runes looking like. If that, it's basically like you picking up like a. It's effective. Have you ever read the Silmarillion?
No.
The Silmarillion is written in good old English, so it hurts your brain because English has changed a lot since then. It's
Yeah,
that kind of thing. It's old Dwarven.
It's ye old dwarven.
Yeah, it's
It's
like
older Dwarven, so it's like I know what this says. If I could read Dwarven, I'll know what this said.
Yeah.
But my head hurts because I gotta think to do it.
It's like the difference between Chinese traditional and Chinese standard.
Zoho cautiously takes this book with the old dwarven runes off the shelf and keeps looking for anything in any of the other languages he knows.
Okay. Cayenne, you're heading along. You find a Mostly dwarven. You do find a shelf that seems to be mostly common. Although, as you're reading the subject heading, it feels like you're going back, being sent to school.
It's a school textbook.
There is a handy one. There's one that says common for children.
For dwarves.
And next to it, there's there's one that is in Dwarven, but seems to be a very similar looking book, so you could assume that it's Dwarven for children.
What in the 12? Dwarven for children.
And Rel kind of like disappears behind bookcases where people don't really see where she's gone.
Yum.
She's around somewhere.
Zoho actually turns around and goes, Rill, what do you make of the and she's gone. Rill? And she's wandered off again. Keeps looking for any...
You see a head pop around from the other side of the bookcase aisle where you're at, and goes, "We'll speak Draconic," and it disappears again.
Yes, I know that. He keeps looking for any books he recognizes the language of. Still looking.
When you say looking, are you actually searching for a specific topic?
Basically, he's searching for anything he can read.
Oh, so if you want to, anything you can read. Okay. You pick up the first 3 books with common on that you find.
Okay. Guy is asking, can they try to find a librarian or borrow a guard?
Yes, you can try to find a librarian or borrow a guard. And one of the common books says something about some dude called Rumpelstiltskin.
Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah.
The fairy tale.
No, as you're kind of reading the gist of the first common book, it's talking about some famous dwarf called Rumpelstiltskin. Something to do with he apparently could make gold from not gold.
Spin thread into gold. Zoho keeps reading. Wow. Okay.
How long would you like? Would you like to read the whole book?
And he closes.
I'm asking, would you like to not actually? Would you like to spend the time to read the book? It's not a very big book.
He closes the book and puts it back on the shelf.
Oh, you didn't get to the end. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Yes. He reads the whole. He wants to read the whole book. I'm kidding.
So you start reading the book as it gains your interest, and it does seem very familiar to this tale of Rumpelstiltskin. But it is apparently a dwarf. And by Fred, they seem to be talking about some kind of plant. And he was very famous, made a lot of friends in high places, until the one day of his downfall, where they found out that he was just frigging using illusion magic to trick a bunch of people. And so they locked him up and eventually beheaded him. He was one of the greatest con men ever in the Dwarven Kingdom at that time.
Clearly, I missed something important.
No, he found the book about Rumpelstiltskin.
Dwarven Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, he was a famous dwarf who made many friends in high places because he could turn some kind of plant that grew underground into gold. And but eventually they found out that it was just all an illusion and he had been using some bullshit magic. Got locked up and beheaded. It also may or may not have caused the dwarven town that he was in to go effectively the equivalent of bankrupt, and the economy to be messed up entirely once they found out.
Lovely.
Huh. Interesting.
He was a great
Zoho-
con man while it lasted.
Zoho closes that book and picks up the second common book he found. Starts reading that.
The second one appears to be some research diary about some complicated stuff you can't understand. Like
I would wanna
it
take a
kind of
look at
like
this.
it's like it seems to be it's like a old research paper.
Perhaps Cayenne could make heads or tails of this.
Cayenne is currently looking for a librarian or guard.
He closes that book and puts it to the side next to the book written in the old dwarven runes and starts reading the third one. The third
So-
common book.
Hello.
Hello. So
PC
Cayenne,
card.
that's fine.
Yes.
Cayenne, it doesn't. You check like the first door. It seems to be a similar room filled with books. There's a staircase at the end that seems to go somewhere. But it seems to be very empty as well. However, the second room you go into, you find you notice is. Nope, not that. Where's everybody gone? Yeah. Got people in it. So let me grab a Cayenne.
Oh, look.
And there appears to be a few tables with a couple of dwarves sitting reading various books and whatnot. Looking over to the side, you see a guard on an upper level, kind of like just watching over everything.
Hmm.
Ah, yes. Well, I would assume not in a sneaky way. You're walking around the library.
Hmm.
And I should do this so you have a token and whatnot. Mm. Should probably not be eating in the library.
I think that was out of character.
I know. I can still make a joke to fill in some.
Because it's quiet. Fate starts looking at Cayenne starts looking at books.
It's quiet because it's a library. Shh.
Right. So. You start browsing the books in this room, and there's a bit more consistency in this room. There seems to be quite, from the few common titled books that you come across, they all seem to be indicating that this room is full of history.
Is everything okay? Yes?
Yeah, it's just very quiet because people are typing.
Okay.
Beep, beep.
It's the awkward part about typing. Yeah, it's very
Mm,
quiet in the meantime.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not just that.
Want to not buy free music that doesn't get us copyrighted.
Mhm.
Gosh darn
Dun, dun, da, da, da.
Okay, so Cayenne heading into another room in the library, leaving people behind, has found a room filled with history books. He's currently looking for something to do with ancient metal buildings.
Like the gate. I'm guessing.
I would assume so.
Dun-dun-dun. I just feel like the Mission Impossible theme would be perfect here.
Oh, I'm finding it hilarious that the group of people is like, okay, foreigners decided to get arrested, we'll just go to the library. You, if you're looking for something specific, roll in your investigation. What are the other lost group members doing in the other room? Other than just randomly hoping to find a book that they recognize and can read.
What Otto doing?
That's what I'm asking.
Well, you told me I found a book that has what was the language on it? I forget.
Giant.
Yeah, giant
Giant.
on it. So I'm taking a look at it. I did say I picked it up and looked at it, but we didn't.
Okay, so you
follow
want to
up on
actually
that.
read. Okay, so as you start reading through this book, I'm assuming you know Giant then.
Yes, I do know giant.
Okay, so as you start reading through this book is a book about an old war.
Oh.
It seems to be from what would appear to be the opposing perspective in the war, seeing as the way it's written seems to be in. As you read through it, it seems to be in, like, you can tell whoever read it was biased in favor of giants.
Okay.
And the book itself talks about a war that happened under the mountains between the dwarves and the fire giants many, many years ago. It lasted a long while, and it seemed to be nothing too unusual when it comes to war. It seemed to be a dispute about who owns what area of the mountain, seeing as they from a time when they actually came across each other. It turns out that the fire giants were also living under the mountain. And it was pretty grim. It talks about a lot. There's like numbers as you're flicking through. It's all like this battle lost this many people, took place on like in it refers to chambers, and what you can only assume is the name of various mountains and stuff.
And battlegrounds, like
Yeah,
what
like
we would have, like
loca-
Vimy Ridge and stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah, like battle locations and stuff.
Yeah.
And it talks about how like it kind of like even though the giant's size and strength was in their favor, like there was way more dwarves to combat them, and like
The
But
dwarves
it's
didn't
like-
use just numbers; they fabricated crap and stuff like that.
it talks about like frigging things like the dwarves cheating using some kind of boom thing, like not boomsticks, that's the wrong word, I almost said that. Some kind of explosives that seem to be more in the way it's written seems to be more indication of some kind of magic
Hmm.
rather than like tech and guns, because yeah, that's not happening.
I try and
And-
look carefully for that talk about that specific magic.
In when you as you get to the like end of the book, it doesn't really go in depth onto how the magic, like what the magic was, other than they must have been cheating because they were able to do these things that the giants hadn't really seen before, or like and cause things to like echo through more than the battleground, but through the mountain itself and things. And
Hmm.
they were like the dwarves would open up new passages and stuff, and try to like use that to flank people and whatnot. And the actual like at the end, it talks about like the war eventually ended not by anyone winning, but by both sides just kind of eventually ending up in an agreement that like this mountain is one, like is their one side, this mountain's the other. They ended up basically, because of the loss on life and the fact of how long it was going on for, eventually they just ended up like settling and saying like, this bit in the middle, no one owns that. If you cross that, that's another declaration and there will be another war, etc, etc.
So they
and
stalemated.
yeah. And this is but this is like a long time ago. No one nowadays talks about this kind of thing.
Hmm.
It's like too far in the past and seems to be very specific to that, like what was going on at the time and whatnot. It's like that it's like one of those. It's written down somewhere, but people don't teach it or anything.
Yeah.
Because it just then like it's just bad for everyone. No one won, so no one could actually do the whole we won this great war, even though we were the bad guys. But you don't know we were the bad guys.
I'm bad guy,
But
just
I'm
not
bad guy.
bad guy.
Anyway, so I finished reading the book, put it back down, and look around for any other books with the languages I know.
Ah. So, yes, there is a Zyka there.
Not in call, but yeah.
Not in call.
She
Not sure what's
posts when
going
you-
on.
where you-
Might be watching the stream if they're not
she
at the
posts
computer.
wherever you least expect her. Ah!
So you continue looking for other books that you can read.
Ooh, goodness. Oh, Phoebe.
After
just for
after finding a random selection of
do you want me to do another search or
well, unless you're looking for something really specific.
No.
In this room, you're
Surprised
just
you
going
didn't
to
look for
find
girl
random
books.
books,
I forget-
random tales and whatnot.
hang on, I forget why we were here in the first place.
The Arch.
Okay, so we are looking for that. All right.
For books regarding the arch.
All right. I look for keywords regarding like yachting, but excuse me. Gateways and arches and adamantine it was made out of, I think.
Yes.
Adamantine.
Right.
Same shit.
You
Different pronunciation.
spending a fair amount of time searching this room. One random like dwarf walks through and like leaves the library, kind of thing. Like you see them heading out. But as you can't read Dwarven, you can't really pinpoint like what those books are talking about just based on the covers and stuff. But the few that you are able to pick up on just all seem to be like random in this area, like part, mostly seem to be like random stories. Some like one of them is like a something common that they like taught like kids and stuff are told, and it just seems to be a whole bundle of unorganized
Yeah. Okay.
books in this room with but nothing specifically on like gateways or anything like that.
Well, I start moving on to the different wings then, because clearly I'm looking in the wrong place.
Zoho does the same.
I'm looking for a librarian now because I kind of want to know which selection, what.
Okie dokie.
Zoho also joined Zato in looking for a librarian.
So you're going to go together, look for like someone to actually speak to. Cool.
Yes. Zoho looks to Otto. I cannot read Dwarven.
Let's keep it simple. Would you like to go left or right?
Right.
Based on where
right.
you came in from.
Right.
Okay. So you head right. You go through one of the doors on the right, and there seems to be just behind it seems to be a winding staircase that goes up.
Okay.
Well, it must go somewhere in the library, and there must be people here somewhere.
Yeah.
So you are going to end up
in somebody's room. I mean, what?
Give me a moment. I'm just grabbing the correct
Fucking
tokens for the
oof.
people here.
Oh, what are you doing in my room? Ah! She's so thrown.
Cayenne, would you like to stay on the map there or join us on this map? Depends on what you're doing. Are you still struggling? Are you going to continue to struggle on your own, or are you also looking for some? Or actually going to talk to people?
If she doesn't find anything after getting to here, she's gonna go ask someone, see if they know anything.
Okay, so I'm going to go with. I'm going to move everyone to the other map for Zoho and stuff in the moment, and then I'll come back to your conversations and whatnot. Okay?
Okay.
Just keep things moving. So.
Oh no.
I like to move it.
As you come, so you head through this door and follow this staircase that winds up a bit, and at the top there's a single door, and you go through, and you'll have a shock at first. There's windows that lead to the outside that lets light in, and you have found and in this room there. It's not as big as other places, but it seems like there's a group of desks and stuff laid out. And then there's bookcases around it, like outside of two parts of the room, as you can see in the picture.
Yeah.
And there's a dwarf guard just in the corner, watching over the two other dwarves that seem to be looking at some kind of paperwork and books, and there's like scrolls and stuff out in front of them.
Okay. Doesn't seem like anybody here works here.
Even so, let's start looking and see if we can find anything we can read.
Excuse me, sir. Could you direct me to the librarian, to a librarian?
Kind of looks at you and then kind of like just points to the opposite side of the room. Not the lady. Hang on. Give me a second. As you glance over, after he points it out,
Underneath
that's
the thing.
on the bottom. That's on the bottom floor underneath the.
The archway.
Okay.
So you don't see him there, Zoho, because he's actually underneath from where you are up top.
Hmm.
So
Excuse
Easy
me,
as odds.
sir.
one moment, please.
Must find voice.
No, not voice.
I
Something
don't
else.
know, later.
Just gonna type this out this time?
No, I'm just gonna post it. I'm gonna post the full pic into Discord for you guys so you can see it.
References.
Because I can't actually get I don't have the space to upload everything. Sitting on the floor in front of another doorway, there's this random dwarf that seems to be looking through some kind of ledger and noting things off. He seems to be going through a list and ticking things off, and he's just sitting in front of a doorway. He's not paying attention to anyone other than the list that he has. I'm assuming that's an in character.
Yeah, that is an in character. That is an in character. Sorry, I have tics. Just for anybody watching, I have tics. That is clearing my throat, so it's hard to discern.
He looks up. Yes.
Hello. I was told that you are the librarian here.
Yes.
I am perhaps looking for a set of books on gateways or adamantine apparati, or at the very least, maybe some books on learning Dwarvish so that I may search for it myself.
He stands up.
Does nothing because of oaths.
Slowly closes the book.
Ooh, pipe and all.
And even you're like almost twice his size. He kind of like, but he doesn't seem to. He doesn't seem to take this into like consideration. He still seems to have this look of looking down upon you, even though he's looking up at you. A book on, say again.
Gateways and adamantine apparati?
Hmm. And what would one non-dwarf want with gates and adamantine?
Oh, we found one in the wilderness, and we just wanted to learn more about it.
You found one in the wilderness.
Yes, with dwarven ruins, I believe. And we just wanted to learn a little bit more about it.
Zoho joins Otto. Greetings, Otto. He looks at the librarian.
He looks
back
over
at
at you as you stand next to your friend, and he gives you the same like look that seems as if he's looking down upon you.
You are beneath me.
Zoho pauses, then looks to Otto. Any luck?
I'm not sure. This older gentleman was about to respond, I assume.
Oh. My apologies.
Well, if you want to learn Dwarven,
I wouldn't mind.
there's some books on the upper level. Feel free to study.
I
But mm, I don't think I'll let you look for the gateways, and don't think I can trust another group.
Another group? I raise an eyebrow.
Are you suggesting that there was another group before us who were also searching for the gateway? Information on the gateway?
Cannot say.
Hmm.
Can't really trust those that are not kind at this moment.
Understandable.
Very well, sir. We shan't take up any more of your time.
Sorry to bother you. And I head upstairs to go see if I can casually learn Dwarven.
Or a book that will help you translate the spines.
Honestly, I'd rather learn Dwarven. That'd be helpful.
Meanwhile, Zoho murmurs
It's
to
gonna take a long
Otto.
time.
I know. I could learn a
Meanwhile-
basic understanding at the very least, though.
Meanwhile, Zoho murmurs to Otto. He really doesn't care much for non-dwarves, does he?
I mean, dwarves have a very close-knit community situation. Anybody who's not a dwarf is considered an outsider, and that you can't exactly change that.
Okay, so you,
Especially,
Would you like to roll insight to see whether you figure out what is going on before you go on a
okay, fine.
wild,
To both of us?
too far off the?
Fine.
Yeah, you could both roll it from what you were saying.
Yeah.
Darn. I
Yeah.
rolled low.
Aha! I rolled
it's
the
not-
lowest.
It's not a discriminatory.
Okay.
It's not a normal discriminatory thing. The dwarves are quite happy with everybody else, otherwise they wouldn't be shipping stuff all the way down to what's it and
Know.
whatnot. Yeah, the other places and that.
That's true.
So
yeah.
it's not a generic. I'm just trying to avoid going down
Assumption
stereotype.
valley. Yeah,
Dwarves
yeah.
just don't like everybody. So
I don't know.
you
It seems like
so-
people around here have been guarded, and clearly there's something to do with the gateway that nobody around here wants to share. Is that more
So-
accurate?
yeah, that's probably a bit more accurate. So
Thank
you
you.
get a general gist of from the few things you said. Something's happened. So he's on guard with other people.
Yeah.
Perhaps this could be related to what happened with Thorn?
Could be. We'll never know until they actually tell us.
Alright. Let's look for that book about translating Dwarven
Mm-hmm.
and see what we can do.
Yeah, you can roll an investigation each.
Investigation. Oh, wait.
No, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
check.
help Mouse do his investigation.
Yeah, you both roll and we'll see what happens.
Fine.
He is proficient in investigation.
Am I?
That's fine.
So
It
just
doesn't matter.
roll one.
I just each roll one because you're working together.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Good news is you didn't roll on that one.
Yeah, I know.
It was.
Even though you cut. So, as you're going across these shelves, you manage to find a bookcase that seems to be filled with a bunch of books there's still a whole bunch of dwarvish here, but amongst them there seems to be a few other languages mixed in, and there's a fair few languages here. There's one with giant, dwarvish, elvish, common, and they all seem to be books on each language. And you are able to. There is a book, a beginner's guide to dwarven runes.
Yay. I pick up
Dwarven root.
everything that I recognize to be helpful for translating in any of the languages I know.
So you want to pick up one in. You want to pick up the giant one.
Giant, Elvish, Common, and Druid if it exists.
No, there isn't one in Druidic. That's a
Yeah, I know
It's
it.
a very specific thing.
Very specific. Very specific.
Zoho takes the one about dwarven runes. I remember seeing a book in the main section of the library where we entered that seemed to be covered in something that looked like dwarven runes, but wasn't.
Maybe it was a older dialect?
Maybe. I'm hoping this will help me translate it as best as it can, really.
Well,
Right,
let's
so
take our books and go sit down then.
Right.
I grab a.
you both went to the exact same spot.
I grab some paper and an inkwell because I have a feeling I'm gonna want to copy this down and make my own book so I can understand and translate a little bit better when I'm on the
Zoho
field.
sets down his. Oh wait, did I take the scholars pack?
Yeah, you have a scholar's pack.
Yeah.
So
What's down his
you got-
scholars pack? Takes out his own inkwell. And parchment and ink pen.
so you set down together to start upon your basic guide to dwarven runes. It's a very simplified format for you. It's one of those weird ones. It's like trying to translate Japanese to English. There are a lot more symbols that kind of represent different sounds and stuff as you're going through it, but there is like within the book there is like a basics of this effectively translates to A, B, C, and a couple of common ones that you can like figure out.
Oh, okay. I didn't even
And
know I
you
had that.
So between you kind of like start studying this book, and
Yeah.
we'll jump back to Cayenne.
Yep.
Which is this one, I believe. Yeah, I got the right one. That's a good job for me.
Yay!
Right. So, Cayenne, it's been a bit.
Yep.
And you're not having much luck going through this room of histories. Probably due to the massive amounts of dwarvish books. But it's probably all talking about dwarven history.
Neat.
So you decide to give in and actually try to speak with people. Are you indicating you're going to the guard first?
So are these two dwarves as well?
Yes. Everyone in here is dwarves.
Okay. I'll go to this one first since I'm passing him by. I'm
Right.
guessing he's writing in Dwarvish.
He currently has a bunch of books spread out in front of him. You can't make heads or tails of it. It's all in
Neat.
dwarvish.
Excuse me, sir. I hate to be a bother.
Yes.
I'm trying to find a certain series of books, involving adamantine and some magical machinery or whatnot that could literally change the weather or something.
That's very specific. I gotta guess
Yeah.
you also have the problem of translating.
Yeah, I kind of do. Uh, Me and my friends came with a dwarf, and he currently got pulled away for unknown reasons. I'm pretty sure it's involving something with his family that used to live here, but I don't really know. All we know is that no one,
Personal business.
yeah, personal business. Basically, me and my friends just wanted to find out more about something we found in the forest and what damage it basically did because it suddenly did a bunch of magical shenanigans.
Well, what I can tell you is you probably won't find much on magic here.
Darn.
However, if you are looking for, you said something, what? The non-magical part, what was that?
Adamantine,
Adamantine.
yeah.
Right, so smithing stuff. Maybe. Could be a help. It's hard to process that, but there is
Yeah.
some stuff to do with smithing and things on that bookcase at the back. In the center of the
Back here?
in the center, one of
Oh.
the central bookcases. That's historical craftsmanship is down there.
Neat. That might help because it was fully buried in stone and dirt.
Hmm.
It was weird.
It was buried in stone and dirt.
Yep.
Sounds a bit odd.
Like
Why would
like
anyone bury
it,
something so precious?
it was more like time had passed and it got buried with dirt. I don't know how the stone got there.
Oh, could be like this. Could be like the Great
Hmm?
Collapse.
Great collapse.
Yes, it's what I'm researching. There are old caverns under the mountain where we used to live a long time ago.
Right.
But due to some unfortunate event, we lost that part of the city, and people don't really go there anymore. Not for a long time. It's the Great Collapse. It's as if the mountain itself collapsed in, and people say that it was because we had dug too much, carved too much, this, that, and the other, and they try to blame us for a shoddy job. However, we have never known a dwarf to be unable to work stone well enough that would be a thing. So I am currently working on a theory that it wasn't bad craftsmanship, and it wasn't us digging too deep, but there were other events going on around that time, and I think they were linked.
I see. Guys, it
It's
looks
just
this
an
way. Is it
exam.
actually blocked out?
No, it's not a closed gate.
Okay. Okay.
I just thought it was a nice match when you said buried under time, like the old city.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. He's slowly stepping.
You know, I keep forgetting cayenne is extra crispy.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because I exploded
Yep.
again.
They are a fully toasted marshmallow.
Right. So, as you're looking at the bookcase from this side, you can't really find
Yes.
anything to translate except, but you do find like one common book. This is not to do with crafting.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe on the other side of the
Mhm.
bookcase. Right. As you walk around to the other side of the bookcase, there's another dwarf here, sitting on the floor
Oh
with his
no.
back against the bookcase. It's as if he's just trying to keep out of view of people.
Huh?
He
Okay.
doesn't seem to notice you at first, but when he does, he suddenly shuts the book and tries to pull it under his coat, and quickly reaches around to grab a random book off the bookcase.
Insight.
Oh, he blatantly doesn't want people seeing him reading this book.
Yeah, then. Adamantine.
Are you going to pretend you didn't see it?
Yeah, well, God, Lee and Quai. Italy doing this to see what it was. I'm not digging.
Okay, so you pretend you don't see anything, and you start searching the bookcase for shells for something that you recognize that could be like related to what you need. And this guy clearly gets more and more awkward with the fact that you aren't leaving, and he stands up, puts the book he picked up off the shelf. He hasn't even opened it. Puts it back on the shelf, turns around and goes to leave. And as he does, the book he was reading drops out the bottom of his jacket. And with a thunk, it hits the floor and tops over next to you. By your
Grab
feet.
it. Grab it.
Grab it. Grab it.
I take a glance down, but making it look like I'm just not noticing the fact that this happened.
Right, so you glance down as this guy quickly, awkwardly bends down to pick it up, and as he picks it up, you see the title Tusk Love.
Oh, son of a...
Oh gosh, that book.
Porno.
The lusty Argonian maid. I mean, what?
I don't react, and I just keep looking.
Would you like to roll a perception?
I think Cayenne just slowly closes
I
the
see
book
nothing.
and puts it back on the shelf and goes, "Okay, let's
You catch
see."
the title, but you don't. He's quick enough that you don't actually see the make the whole details of the cover and whatnot. And he quickly hurries out of the.
He just goes, "Meow."
With the book under his armpit.
That's not there. Oh, 102, I think.
Trying to read something that he shouldn't be reading in a library.
Well, it probably exists in the library. That's why he's here.
It's just funny.
Okay, back to the bookshelf. Is it all in Dwarven?
It's all in Dwarven. Would you like to do your search based on the pictures?
Yes.
Okay, roll investigation.
Come on, nat 20 it, dude.
Oh.
He flubs.
No,
Right.
don't assume.
So, they're all in Dwarven. This is a problem. However, you decide to pick up a couple of books. One seems to have some kind of has a picture of like some kind of metal that looks like the same color as the adamantine gate and stuff was. And you also pick up a book that seems to have some kind of picture of gemstones with runes carved on them.
Okay, I'm getting to the right track.
And you also pick up one that just it appears to be some kind of just smithing book based on the pictures that you can see.
Okay.
Can't read a word, but they might be useful.
Yeah, they might be useful. Well, sadly, I don't have a spell that allows me to read it in our dwarf, and our dwarf is currently in jail. So I'll just take I'll just put them back, sigh, and then take a note of where they are on the shelf.
Okay, so you're not carrying them with you, but you're going to know where you found them. You're gonna do that annoying thing where you shove them at the end of the shelf rather than back exactly where they're going.
Oh, that's annoying.
Oh no.
I'll put these
No,
3 books that I found at this end of the shelf. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
I think he's trying to make a point that the librarian is going to swing by and get rid of them if we don't.
I put them back exactly where they were, but I tilt them if I can squish the books together enough just so that I know which ones they were.
Okay, so you put them on different parts of the shelf instead of together. Got it.
Thank.
Sorry, I was up to the
Okay.
guard.
You going up to the guard? Any particular reason why?
Excuse me, Sarah. Do you know where I can find a librarian?
No.
Alright. Okay. Thank you.
He's in the library somewhere.
Oof.
You could ask what are those down there.
Fair point. Actually, I'll go to him. Sorry to
Yes.
bother you.
I've forgotten
Sorry
his
to bother
voice
you
already,
again.
but
Do you know where the librarian is?
can't say I do.
Hmm. Okay.
He'll be in the library somewhere.
Yeah.
Not helpful.
I'll try upstairs.
You could try pulling a Kevin Zorbo.
I don't know what that means.
Oh my gosh. Can we not do that right now?
Okay. I'll go check somewhere else. I know where I put. I found some books that were interesting. Thank you again.
Okay. So you're going to go try and find the actual librarian.
Yes.
Alright. I'm gonna jump over to Josh.
Oh no.
I've got to spread
Okay.
the love. They've also spent a few hours in this library at this point.
F you,
Seeing as they're
hours
actually
now.
So we'll head over back to Foreign, to be more specifically. Why is your health fucked? What is going on with your health?
I think that is the second or third time now you've had to fix it. And I haven't played with it, so I don't know.
His health looks fine on my end.
It's full on the bar, but that doesn't mean my sheet's telling me that.
Yeah, for some reason it keeps telling him to stupid thingy. Right.
If my sheet would load.
Alright, don't mess with your sheet right now.
It says I only have 8 HP. How the...
Yeah, don't mess with your sheet right now.
It's a bug.
Okay.
Because I'm messing with your sheet, because I'm getting annoyed with this.
What?
Oh no.
My sheet keeps defaulting my HP to 8 for some reason.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the fuck it was. Can you remember a specific number?
34.
Actually, no, wait, I have it written down.
Ooh. Thanks, phone.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Alright. Right. So. Gonna do that. Then we're gonna delete this token. This is called hotfixing the NPC. Hopefully. And it's not even the NPC, it's the player. So we'll drag out a new thingy, which is blank and not linked. We'll relink it. Then we'll relink it back to the character sheet. And hope that fixed it. Alright. Foreign.
Okay.
It's not a good... The few hours that you're currently being spending here are fairly uneventful. However, the constant screams in the background, they go on for like the first hour effectively. There's a like break where you think it's finally over, but then shortly after it just starts up again.
Okay.
So for the which puts a really horrible fall in your mind. But after the first hour, it pretty much just goes silent, except for the occasional thumping on the cell behind you.
Okay.
Sounds like every now and again, so the person behind you is just like trying to break down one of the walls.
Oh, that's a
Then
great idea.
every now and again, you just hear a guard's voice from like echoing down the corridors. It's like, "Give it a rest." And at regular intervals, a random guard will just kind of like appear outside the cell, take a look inside, make sure you're not doing anything that up to no good, and then just kind of like goes around back
Is
on a
there
patrol.
is there anything loose in my cell at all?
Have a look.
Oh, great. An
Investigate your
Shit.
cell.
uh, this makes me think of MGS just a little bit.
Shut up! Shut up!
Ooh.
Oh! What do I find?
In the quiet time you spend in the cell, you kind of like, after a while, you're like, okay, may as well have a look around, see if it is just a stone box. You notice
Yeah.
that the walls are pretty solid. The floor has a slight downward angle away from the back wall towards the front. and down the wall opposite to where you are now, there seems to be
Okay.
a small trickle of water just running down it. Just enough to make it damp, but not actually flow.
Well, that shouldn't be there.
Somehow,
Uh,
water's coming in and working its way down the stonework, but it's very, very minor.
hmm. You know what? Just for giggles, let's investigate it and see where it's coming from. Do I have to roll another investigation?
Nah, you want to actually like inspect this bit of stonework.
Yeah.
Well, this bit of stonework is a bit damp to the touch. You get a feeling that this damp has, even though it's very minor, has been going on for a very long time.
Okay.
There is actually a slight, if you run your finger, as you run your fingers over the stonework, you notice that there is like slight indentation as you hit the damp patch.
Hmm.
You can't really figure, you don't really know where the water itself is coming from, but it's definitely been a long time working,
Okay.
and it seems to be coming from the top of the bar. It's like where the bar's inserted at the top seems to be the source of however it's getting through, and then it's just kind of like seeping, working its way across like a damp patch across that little bit of ceiling and then down the wall.
Hmm. Uh, can I check to see if there's any weakness in that spot?
Uh, which spot specifically? The
Where the water is coming out through the top of where the bar is. Ow.
how would you like to inspect the ceiling? It's not
That's
quite
a
that tall.
shit. That's a good question. Uh, I could climb on the bars, but I don't know if that's a good idea.
You can try to climb the bar. Yeah, you can.
Question
Roll an
is,
athletics. Try it. Try and just like brute force your way up the pop.
oh, cute. Okay, this might actually be funny.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
You don't.
Uh,
You're not able to like climb the bars. You can't like. There's not enough wiggle room to get like your legs and arms around it like you're rope climbing or anything to actually like climb it. But as you do try, you notice that there's a slight give in the bar.
oh no. Uh, oh, first I'm gonna look around before I do anything.
Do
So
you want-
perception it is. Uh, oh fuck. Oh
I will.
wow.
I
All
will
seems
not
very
stand.
eerily quiet except for the slight faint like footsteps you hear and like every now and again of the guard on patrol that echo
Uh,
down the.
well. Uh, I would like to time their route before I do anything else.
Okay, so you're not gonna fuck with it yet.
No, because I want to be smart about this.
So you start like counting in your head, trying to keep a time tracker because you have like nothing on you to.
And there's really nothing to do in
So
here.
you effectively wait for like the first guard pass
Yeah.
to go, and then you start like counting like 1, 2, 3, counting out your seconds, and you hear You start hearing the like footsteps getting closer and closer for the second time around.
Okay.
It's not a god this time.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
I proceed not to do anything right now because that's not a good thing.
As you're watching out your cell, you see not a god appear, but two people.
Oh shit.
Who the fuck?
Oh
Same question. Who the fuck?
shite.
What?
Okay. Well, now I'm slightly terrified.
What?
I am not gonna try anything while this guy is around.
Thor. Uh-oh. Thorin knows this guy. Bad.
No,
'cause-
he is dressed impressively, and that usually for a dwarf is not somebody to trifle with or screw around with. I mean, sit still, do as you're told.
Yes,
Don't cause trouble.
he has a bit of an intimidating presence to him.
I recognize this and step away from the bars.
Feel free to move. Yep. He stands next to the bars, and he glances at you. Right then. Time to see what's going on.
Crap. Okay. I proceed to ask what I'm being charged with.
Well, currently, you are being accused of theft. Of
Theft
something
of-
valuable.
Theft of what?
Well, you stand accused of stealing the rune stones of this lady's family.
Do I recognize this lady?
No, you have no idea who these people are.
Uh,
So,
I. Well, you know
Fir-
what? Okay, go ahead. Never mind.
so let's start with asking the questions. Please, could you step forward and identify
I step up to the bars so
this?
she doesn't have to look into the back of the cell.
You you stand up, like stand to the bar so they can easily see. And let me find the one other thing I'm looking for. Oh, not that one. Give me a moment. I put it in the wrong folder.
Uh,
I
oh,
mean,
no.
how many
Oh, there we
folders
go,
do you
found it.
have open?
A couple.
1,000.
There you go. So, I put the full pictures in Discord. And this is for the stream purposes. This is the intimidating guy. This is what you can presume, Farin, you would presume this is probably the lawkeeper.
Yep.
I have a permanent loading bar on my screen now.
Okay, excuse me to this
Let's
lady.
try. Hang on. Oh,
I haven't even visited the
now I've got
smithies
a.
yet.
Oh,
Wah wah.
Okay, gonna refresh roll 20 because the loading bar just seems to be stuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
It can't be a D&D stream without technical difficulties.
I mean, it is
you're
D&D.
not wrong.
D&D, we're dynamite.
Right. Let me know when you're loaded back in,
I'm in.
and we'll attempt again.
I am in.
Okay, okay. No load bar, please. Uh, now it just doesn't wanna.
Yes.
Did it work?
Yep.
Hey, there we go. Just a bit laggy. So, this is the lawkeeper.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He has the whole "he's just speak when you're asked" kind of deal. Don't piss me off. And then if you click off of it before I click the next one, just to be
Okay.
sure.
I didn't click off yet.
I did.
I have.
Because I don't know what happens if I do it on a second one. That might be why the load bar got stuck.
Oh, should I click off then?
Yeah, just click off for a moment.
Yes.
Okay.
And that should be. And this is the young lady he's referring to.
Okay.
She looks a bit grumpy.
She looks like a
Just a bit.
dwarven
Rogue.
lady.
Yeah. I want to say dwarven rogue.
He
Yeah,
might
we
just
won't.
be a fighter.
Why are we classing the NPCs? That's
I
never a
don't
good thing to
know.
do.
Imagine what they're-
So far, you stand accused of stealing the family's runestones. Could you identify this man? Is this the one that you helped? She stands there looking at you. It's him. Well, I'm not sure it's him. Could you clarify? Well, he looks like him, but he doesn't look as old as he was.
Hmm?
So you're saying that he appears to be the man, but of a younger form. Yeah. Could be some kind of magic or something, right?
Alright.
Some kind of trick he played on us.
I can just see Thorin just rolling his eyes.
It is
No,
possible
no.
that you were tricked, but it's also possible that you are incorrect.
Or full of shit!
What was the name given to you by the man that you were helping? And she kind of like takes a moment to think. Also known as me taking a moment to find the right part of my notes. I'm getting better at this.
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay. If only Zyka was here.
Only.
Oh,
Oh!
you
What the
fucking
fuck
What?
is this?
Hmm?
The moment I mention her name, she shows up.
Where?
Look
In roll
in
20.
look in roll 20.
Yeah,
He's
Zyka
been,
logged in when he's like, if only Zyka was here.
he's been in
And Zyka
roll
loaded
20.
into roll 20.
No, she hasn't because her token has not been
She
registering
was
as
in and
online.
out. She was in and out.
She said,
No,
I have been
her
summoned.
login.
I have been summoned. Yes, because real and random bullshit away. Random bullshit go.
Not an actual quote, something somebody made, like Morbin time.
I know, but it's still one of those things where it's highly appropriate for this particular situation.
I do not understand Morbin time as I did not see Morbius.
I haven't either. It's a meme.
It's it's. Mm,
Oh, how nice.
Oh god, I am failing. So I want to blame the heat for.
Oh no, not the heat.
Feel the heat. Feel the heat.
Stop it. Please don't start.
Oh, come on. You have to admit you like that.
Once is fine. Twice, you're pushing it, boy.
Twice.
Ah, that was it.
Oh, hell.
Oh boy.
The name. Grimbear.
Uh, fuck.
Are you shitting me?
Grim Bear.
Okay, no, this is not good at all, Mouse.
Uh-oh.
This is actually really bad. And I did list his name. Yep. This is
What?
bad.
What?
I am being blamed for the theft done by a dead man.
Your dad.
Are you saying this in character?
No. As soon as you said the name, I'm like, you fucker. I know exactly where you're going with this.
Weirdo.
If he is legitimately not dead, this is going to get awkward and weird.
Oh boy.
And just altogether bad.
He's an insane artificer who suddenly came back from the dead to punish his
no.
son.
No,
Oh,
he's an
no.
inventor.
I know. It's fine.
Oh no. That is bad. That is very
Yeah,
bad.
because
It's very
now
bad.
I'm left with a situation, a really awkward situation that I have to figure my. Oh god.
What is
the
your
fuck
reaction to this in character?
In character, I look absolutely dumbfounded.
Hmm. So you know the name.
I look.
Does not look good on your part.
I look at the. Oh, I forget his title.
The Lord.
The
The
lawgiver.
Lord, and I respond. Grimbear was the name of my father, who passed some 30 years ago in a fire. I buried his body in my home next to my mother's. It's impossible for him to still be alive.
Hmm. But she accuses. Yeah, you look like him, but younger. That would make sense.
That was 30 years ago.
30 years ago. I don't think so.
Well, my father died 30 years ago in an incident with a mercenary. He attacked us me and my father at his workshop and tossed my father into the workshop after setting it ablaze. All I found was his charred corpse afterwards. Well, charred remains, a few burnt bones, and the cap my father always wore. But I never found anything else. And I buried him. Or at least I thought I had buried him.
So. She claims that you stole the family's runestones. You stand here claiming that it was your father, but he had died.
I simply stated that Grimbear was my father's name, and that, as far as I know, I had buried him. As for the runestones, I've only been here in the city for about a day. I came from Carnell and have been traveling for the last No, was it 2 weeks or 3 weeks on the calendar? Kai,
2 weeks.
About a month.
2 weeks. Okay,
It's,
for the last 2 weeks from Carnell.
this sounds like an unfortunate event. You both seem to be quite honest with what you're talking. However, this seems like a unusual circumstance. Bear with me for a moment. He pulls out a book and he starts reading from it. And he looks at you two and he goes, I'm going to make this very clear. I'm going to ask a few questions. You will only be able to answer honestly. I need to get to the bottom of this.
I nod in acceptance.
You have no choice. He just casts Zone of Truth on everybody.
Zone
No
of
one can
Truth.
lie.
Okay.
Lasso of
Okay.
truth, bitches!
Yeah, but this is an actual spell, not.
Yes,
an
I
object
know.
used.
It's effectively the same thing.
Yeah.
You cannot lie.
On with it.
I'm not even going to bother with saves or anything involved. You just cannot lie.
This makes it a little easier.
Yeah. So, let's get to the bottom of this and find out how much of a problem we have. You. Are you sure this man resembles the man that you helped and stole from you? Yes. Do you believe this man's story to be true? Yes. Are you sure that all the details you are recalling are correct? Yes. She seems a little confused to why she is why she can only really answer yes or no without much thought. You.
Yes.
The name she recalls is definitely matches that of your father.
Yes.
You are sure that your father passed 30 years ago?
Yes.
So you also believe this woman?
That is a complicated question.
Just yes or
Yes.
no? Right. How long ago did this event occur? He's saying this to the lady,
Okay.
referring to the theft. Around 3-4 weeks ago. This seems very troubling. What to do? It seems that someone here has been truly misled. Now, you said you were traveling over the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
So you've only just arrived at the city. Yes.
Yes.
Would you believe your father to be alive, given the current circumstance?
Yes.
Huh. So it is possible. And no one here seems to be lying. This will make judgment hard. I cannot willy-nilly let you free. As if this man is your father. I can't. There is some responsibility upon you as a member of the same clan to make up for his crime. However, it is not you individually who made the crime. But the crime as it stands is most grievous, I guess. For context, basically, robbing runestones from a family that still has them
Bad.
it is very, very bad thing to do. Those things are rare as fuck. You can't, like, they don't really get them anymore. They're passed down through generations at this point. It's possible that you have one yourself, Foreign, but on your person, you may not have even known if it never got passed to you.
Well, would know at this point.
Hmm.
So
Well, I have some idea. There are a few ways we can go about this. I could let you go. However, she kind of like gives him a nasty look. She does not like this. Clans must stick together and be punished together and all that. Kind of like it's like the old timey way of doing things.
I get it.
Sins of the father is the sins of the son.
Yeah. However, being a part of the same clan, would you be able? Would believing your father is dead? There is no way that you know where he would be at this moment. Correct?
I shake my head. No, and as far as I know, everybody who is a member of Clan's Ironbane seems to have left the city.
So it is unlikely you would be able to find him and bring him to
I might.
his own justice.
There's one place he could hide, but no sane dwarf would ever venture there, and if my father is still alive, it is the only place he could be.
So the odds of this happening are slim. If I were to ask you now, would you honestly be able to bring your father in to be judged for his crimes? The spell's still active,
Yes.
so
Well, I'm going to answer yes. If I must swear upon it, then I will.
Mm. We could have you serve the city, but that may lead to your death. Or there is the possibility that you would be able to seek replacement. For there is a way.
I look at the Lord and I let him explain.
She kind of looks at him. It's like, really? It's like but he's being dead serious this entire time. Well, your family is able to. Your family, as a rite of passage, still goes into the mines that were abandoned an age ago. Yes. So though the rune stones that you have lost, they're not necessarily those of ancestry as others, correct? She awkwardly agrees to this. So if I were to ask, were the rune stones stolen the ones passed down or ones that you had gathered? She goes to try to lie to him, but she's compelled to admit that yes, she knows where to get more.
I know where to get more.
Which means you yourself have committed a crime. For those passages should not be mined or passed by anymore.
Hmm.
Yes.
If this is to
So,
be my punishment, then so be it.
the rune stones are not as valuable as you made out originally, correct? Yes. So, I think I'll let him go. But under condition. You, to make up for your crime of lying to us, will have to help him find replacement. And you, if in the process you find your father, must turn him in.
I agree to this.
She reluctantly agrees. Well then, I hope you get along. And if either of you should forfeit on this task, the law will find you.
I understand. I bow to the Lord of Law as I say this.
He appreciates the gesture of your honesty, and he walks away. Could you make wait, what's your passive? Let's have a look.
Probably not enough.
Uh, passive is 4. Can you make a perception check, please?
Shit. uh,
Yeah, your
I-
passive your passive isn't enough just to give you auto success.
Nat 1.
Nope, you did not notice.
Crap.
Lost a bit of insight. Oh well. He leaves you in the cell. She hurries off after him. It's like you can hear her. She's going. It's all like, do I really have to? Do I really have to?
Yep.
I take it Thorn's gonna get let out eventually.
Yeah, and they disappear. Um, not too long later, a guard comes along, and he opens the gate so that you can leave.
Is that guard already here?
I've lost my guard. Oh, that's good. No, I haven't really. I've lost a layer. So a guard comes along to open the gate. This way.
I follow him. I do ask a question before we go any further about Batul and what he did. Because I heard someone mumbling in my cell and I was curious. Or well, in the cell next door to me.
She killed a guard. That is all you need to know. She will be dealt with.
Oh, damn. And here I thought it was a he. I follow the guard.
Okay. So he
Uh.
leads you out of the cells into the room that you passed. You have to wait for a bit as they basically fetch your pack and things. They're like, check it's all there.
I do as ordered.
It's rare that we get to let them out so easily.
Should I just move my token to the front right now?
I'm gonna change map in a moment. And as you leave, you see the dwarf that was accusing you standing outside, waiting.
Shit. Oh, I'm gonna be doing this by myself with her. Crap.
So, your family's trouble.
It would seem so. But then I wouldn't know, as the majority of my family would not steal from another dwarven family. And as to why my father would, I know not. But I can't let him simply tarnish the name of the clan of Ironsbane.
Well,
Oh, what? What is Zyka responding to?
How dare
I'm
you?
not sure. I missed when she typed it, so I have no context.
You lost when you lost the layer.
uh,
Okay,
How dare you.
so shifting the map.
so, well, it's too late to go now. It's a difficult trip.
And you might
Although
need
I
to
suppose I should be thankful that we have permission to go down there now.
And this rite of passage that he was speaking of, do all the clan members have to do it?
It's only our clan.
And what is
We
your
like-
clan?
Yeah.
Lord.
I don't have a clan name yet. I'll get back to
Lord,
you.
Lord dump.
I make your life awkward.
No, she has a name. I just haven't put the clan name
Okay, what's her
in
name?
my notes.
Oh, actually, I should ask.
Oh,
Bronze Fist.
Before
You
I
ask
ask
her
the
name?
clan's name, perhaps I
What?
should ask your name in question.
What was that, Kai?
I said she does have a name.
Bronze.
I haven't done the clan name.
Clan name,
I asked-
Bronze Fist.
I proceed to ask her how I should address her and what her name is.
Well, very polite of you to ask. Eulandric.
Elandric. I like it.
She gives you a glare. I
Uh,
don't be having any of that nonsense.
I bow.
Wah, wah.
While you are an enticing dwarf lady, I'm afraid I have no interest in any of that right now.
Stop
She
flirting.
she immediately punches you in the face.
Mm.
She doesn't slap you. She's not that kind of girl. She punches you.
He's a dwarf.
Let's
They
find
don't
out.
slap, they punch.
I apologize.
Yep, she hit you.
I apologize.
Gosh darn it.
I
Thorin,
am.
asking to get hit.
She hit you for 5 damage to the face.
Ouch.
Ooh.
Oh, I gotta scroll up.
Hey, look, he got hit by a Bronze Fist.
Chirp, I'm gonna slap you right now.
Don't worry, she might end up slapping him too.
Oh, yeah.
Well-
I guess it would be better to get the group together for this.
Let me make this straight. I don't like you and your family. They stole from me. However, I do see it as a good gift that I have permission to go into the deeper parts of the mine we're not normally allowed. So I guess I'll thank you for that. However, I don't plan on going there today. And considering you didn't seem to say much of a time frame for us, my voice is going that weird way again. I think you can meet me at the mines tomorrow.
I raise an eyebrow. All right. Do you mind if I go back to my friends who I came here with? There's less of a chance of running into trouble with a larger group.
I don't really care what you do as long as you're at the mines tomorrow.
I nod. I'll be there.
Good.
Great.
And she kind of just doesn't even say goodbye. She just kind of like turns around and starts walking off.
Well,
She has a bit of a stomp in her
I
stride.
do not blame her. I proceed to the library where everybody else presumably still is.
Yeah, you can make your way back to the backtrack the way you came to the library.
To the library. They're obviously all still there, so
Right. So,
Enter its doors I shall.
right. So, if I am recalling correctly, Cayenne is currently looking for Zoho and Otto, yes?
Yeah,
And
we're on the
So-
top floor.
Them or library, whichever librarian, whichever works. We're in the
So
library.
most likely
So we all
Thorin
go
will run
to.
into Cayenne first.
Oh, sweet.
No, because the time frame's a bit weird.
Right.
So
This is stuff
where-
that was going on while you guys have basically been looking for. It's like you haven't been spending 10 minutes looking for books. You've been looking at books for a
Hours.
while. A couple of hours at this point.
Mhm.
Especially considering now considering you actually been having to read through them and now you're studying and stuff. You've been here a while.
Interesting.
And Farin had to wait a while once he was at the prison.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So,
Zoho's just scribbling away on the parchment.
Cayenne, you head up the first set of stairs that you find behind one of the doors and find an empty room. So you go you basically make your way around the library as systematically as you can. And you eventually come across this room. And you see Zoho and Otto sitting at a table. Guard in the corner. And two other dwarves still seem to be here reading or researching or whatever it is that they're doing at the other desks.
And this guy probably shifted over this direction.
No, he's still sat in front of the doorway that he was in the whole time.
Okay, this is where you all were. Dude. Wait, why are there windows?
Zoho doesn't.
Because this building looks to the outside.
Zoho is very engrossed in the book he's reading and while he's taking notes.
Oh hey Zoho, look at this symbol. It means this.
He briefly glances up to look at the symbol. Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
And he goes back to the book he was reading.
I'm just picturing you guys kind of making school notes. It's like A, B, C.
Phlegm.
Oh,
Tree.
that's how you spell fuck.
Yeah. Rock. Hammer.
Good to see that that process has been moving along swimmingly.
Translating from common to dwarven is not as easy as it sounds.
Yeah, I can kind of figure that. I just know slash retain a few swears, and that's about it.
It seems a little easier if you translate it from giant, though.
Don't they have the same writing structure?
They have a shared base thing.
Similar.
Base dialect,
Okay,
or
neat,
group dialect, if you will.
neat. I found a few books where I went involving what seemed to be something along the lines of smithing, metals, and gemstones with runes carved in them, but that's about all I can get from pictures.
The only major lead we've got is the librarian seems to know about what we're looking for, but isn't willing to tell us. So we decided to maybe just learn Dwarvish in the meantime and maybe talk to him again at a later time.
Yes, apparently, since we're not dwarves, he's not very keen on sharing any information regarding the gateway with us.
Yeah, and the only other thing I've read in this thing that in this library that I could understand is about some sort of war between the dwarves and the giants. That's basically all I've got.
Meanwhile, I found one book about some dwarf named, what was it? Rumpelstiltskin, I think it was.
Wait, wasn't
Apparently
that
it
wasn't that a human?
Nope, dwarf.
Huh.
And apparently, this guy went down in history as one of the most infamous con men.
That's a different take on the story.
Weird.
Yeah, this version got beheaded.
Well, either I can try contact. Well, I can contact Thor and see how he's holding up in like 24 words or less, or I could go talk to the librarian and just ask him straight out and give him a few details of what happened.
I mean, he's
You could try.
he's in this room. He's just over there, and I just point over my shoulder.
Okay then.
Yeah, lower level.
Excuse me,
Closes
sir.
this book, looks up. Yes. He seems a
Look.
bit annoyed.
Look, I know I'm bothering you, and I'm sorry. Yeah, and I know my friends talked to you about what we're trying to look into. The problem is that we were hired about 4 weeks ago by someone that gave us a lot of cash and basically had us escort her to a gate of some kind, and then had us each try imbuing magic into it, which caused the weather to shift. This is strange and unusual, and we just want to know what's involved due to the fact that it also had some sort of air ghost attack us. And now we have Drew. It's talking about nature being unbalanced. I want to know what we're getting into.
Roll a persuasion.
Oh.
Cayenne is just done with this bullshit.
Hmm.
26.
You make a persuasive argument, Fry.
It was almost
Interesting life story.
Oh.
Oh no.
Bit of a long one. Bit of
Oh,
a coincidence.
Wait, what?
Oh boy.
What was this woman you talk about?
hang on. I need to look at a spell.
His digging for information.
Oh no.
Glasses, thin, blackish hair, ponytail, had a bag that just you could probably stick an entire corpse into and never think that it wasn't just a purse. Looks like
Bad.
What?
They asked for a name.
No, they said who was this
Description.
person?
He was asking
Description.
for a description.
Oh.
just opens her book and prestidigitation in Danny's likeness onto a page.
How long ago was this?
We finished that job about 3 weeks ago. I think it was 3 weeks ago. It was a long time, and we got stuck in woods that was being protected by a magical fog. It was annoying.
God,
What?
could you get the lawkeeper?
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Lore keeper. Lore, not law.
It's the way he's
That's the same
speaking.
person.
He's the way he's speaking. Relax.
It is the same person.
Oh, this.
I've
is
said the
bad.
same name. It's not my fault. I'm not Canadian like you.
It's his accent. Whatever.
I'm going off on a limb. She came here prior to 4 weeks ago and stole this information, didn't she?
Well, the guard leaves the room. You wouldn't mind waiting for a bit, would you?
I mean, does this? I'm not well versed in Dwarven hierarchy. Would this lore keeper be also in charge of whoever ends up in jail?
Oh no.
No, why would you do this?
The lawkeeper judges those in the jail
Okay, I just,
You.
and decides whether they're truthful or not.
You.
So
dink.
if you wouldn't mind waiting, it'll make it a lot easier for us.
You dink.
You freaking dumbass.
He's currently staring you straight in the eyes.
Meanwhile,
He does not
Otto-
blink.
At least Otto wouldn't be that bad.
So, meanwhile, Foreign, as you enter the library,
I swear, I am not having this. Like running into him twice in a single.
Oh hey, dude. How's it going? Small world,
Hmm.
right?
No, my response would be, "We are going tomorrow. They are my friends. They are stupid."
Except for
So-
Zoho.
so Foreign,
so I
you head back to the library and you enter. It's the entrance is a round entrance with an empty, like semicircular desk, and then another door leading to the actual library itself.
do I see? Okay, can I get the map here so I don't do anything dumb?
There isn't a map for the first room. There's
is there-
effectively there's ignoring the entrance that you come through. There's 7 other doors around the outside of this room, and it's filled with books. Looking around this first room, you don't really see any signs of the other people.
Oh dear. Is there any guards or anything in there?
Not in this first room. There was 2 guards in the entry room.
I proceed into the next room.
Would you like to go left, right, clockwise, anti-clockwise? How many doors are we checking?
Oh, God. Oh yeah, that's the middle room. That shit. Oh,
Pick 1 to
Hmm.
7, going from left to right.
5.
Top
I'm
right corner.
Oh boy.
Are you saying I managed to get it on the first try? Because that would be disgusting.
No. You find Rill.
Oh
Mm.
hell.
next guy.
What is she doing?
We'll explore.
Rill found a book. It's in Draconic.
Yeah, I figured.
And she has
And
another
her eyes
book.
are just sparkling.
It's a picture.
She has basically she seems to have a pile of books.
They're all picture books about dragons.
I'll have to speak to Zyka before I can actually go into more detail on this. But you find Rill. She's on her own. No one else is here.
I ask her if she knows where everyone else went.
Over
Sure.
there.
Yeah, pretty much over there. That way. Not
just-
this room.
I'd assume she'd just point out and just wave her arm in different directions.
Does she?
She just points. There's only one entrance in and out, so she just points at the door he came in.
Oh great. Okay, going back out into the center hallway, and instead, I guess I'll go through door number 3.
You find a locked door at the end of another cup.
Clockwise, right? So
Okay, I turn around and go back. I try door number 7.
You've tried 5. You've tried
tried
3, which is
3.
so 3 is opposite 5, and now you want to go 7, so you skip.
That's
So
bottom
bottom
right.
right, yeah.
Do I find them yet?
Yeah. You come into this room. As you're walking up the staircase, the guard walks past you on his way down.
Hmm?
I look at the guard and then I look upstairs. And then I look at the guard again and I look upstairs again and then face palm as the only thing that could be is they got themselves into trouble.
And you
But we
find Zoho
didn't.
and Otto sitting at a
Oh
table.
yes you did.
No,
Oh
I
yes you did.
didn't. The only
Well-
person who did that was one person. We are studying Dwarven.
Let him assume. Let his character assume shit.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's fine. They can assume shit, and
So
I know,
you walk
but
you walk past the guard who's heading on his way down. He seems to be. He has the look of he knows where he's going.
He's
Not a generic just walking around.
I
And you come up to the top of the stairs and you walk through the top of this door, and this is where you see it.
I immediately walk over to Zoho and Otto. Did you two just do something to set off the guard?
Zoho immediately stops, looks up, and just looks over. Oh, Thorin, you're out of prison.
no, we're just studying Dwarven. We're
Yes,
just
considering
basically
you were
doing
arrested.
what we came here to do in the first place.
I look
Yes, considering
around.
you were arrested,
Where
my
where's Cayenne?
Oh,
Zoho
they
looks
asked us
and
about the
just
librarian.
points-
They went that way.
Yeah, Zoho points out to where Cayenne is standing with the librarian.
Well, I immediately go
hang on,
upstairs.
Hang on, let me just check something with Cayenne. Were you willing to wait like he asked?
Yeah,
Uh,
she's willing to wait because that gate can,
Okay.
because if there's more than one of them, Danny's going to be looking for more, and that could be disastrous because of if it's located in the city and she tries what she did with us just in the middle of the city, she could literally drown the city.
Zoho sees Thorin rush off in a hurry to where Cayenne and the librarian are, and almost immediately he's like, wait a minute. We should find out what's going on. He gets up and heads over.
Well, just give me a second. It's like I'm trying to like
As
Cram.
every
organize,
every-
close books, put bookmarks in places that I was at, stuff like that, just to make sure.
Excuse me. so what's
As the group seem to be congregating around him, he puts his book down on the floor
Hi, Thorin.
and looks at you.
Sir Librarian, is there a problem?
I don't know yet. Is there a problem?
No.
I immediately stare at Cayenne. And then I proceed to look at the librarian. Out of curiosity, who did the guard go to summon?
Are these your friends?
Yes.
Well, if you would like to wait too, it would make it a lot easier for us.
What's going on?
Did
I'm-
you, out of curiosity, since you're obviously the head librarian, did you summon the lawkeeper?
Yes.
I
Now, if
hang
you
my
would
head.
kindly wait.
I hang my head and I'm like, I don't need to deal with him a second time today.
Zoho looks over at Thorin. Who is this lawkeeper? Is he a high-ranking figure in Baradur?
He's the judge.
I look at him, look at Zoho. Don't lie. Be honest. No skirting the truth. And to make it perfectly clear to both of you, and hopefully Otto, who's here by now, you don't have a choice but to answer honestly. When
Can
he
I maybe throw a history just to
makes
maybe
his judgment.
clarify it?
So do not
Ha-
try.
ha-
Just maybe,
history for what? Sorry.
just for the lawkeeper. Maybe I've heard of him. I don't know.
You wouldn't
don't-
have heard of like specifics about it, but it's probably a good guess that the
yeah.
name kind of says what he does.
Yeah, I was just gonna throw us like, last I heard, he was a grand arbiter and judge for the dwarves.
Are you
So,
upstairs, by the way, Otto? Or are you
It's
still
not
Yeah, he's
upstairs.
going-
That is on base floor.
No, you're on the base floor. He's under the.
He's under the
Yeah.
overhang.
There's a door behind. He's in front of another door that leads out underneath.
it's yeah.
I look at Zoho, and then I look around for Otto, and when I see him, I call him upstairs.
It's not
We're down
upstairs.
They're downstairs.
Over.
They are on the main floor.
Oh,
They're on the main floor.
okay. I didn't realize that because of the
We-
hallway.
We told you
You
this
need-
multiple times.
Don't
Roll.
be deceived by
Just
them.
chill. Alright. You have business with the lawkeeper.
Oh, shit. I shouldn't have said anything. I look at the librarian. Yes, there is something I must do tomorrow, and I must see it through to its completion.
Well, it's best to do what he says. But that would indicate that you did something wrong. Can't really trust you either, then, can I?
Thorin,
I look at the
Although, if he let
librarian.
you out.
It's complicated and not a matter I wish to discuss.
Is it important?
Given, I look at Zoho.
he's just
we have-
staring at Thorin seriously.
We have something that we must do tomorrow to repay a crime. I will not explain further here.
A crime. Does this have to do with why you were arrested?
I looked at Zoho even harder. I will not explain this further here. Wait till we are lodged for the night.
Very well. But when we are lodged, I expect answers, Thorin.
As you wish, my dear Zoho. Otto, Cayenne. I
I
look
won't-
around. I should have grabbed Rill when I came across her.
Do you know where
This
she is?
With plenty of draconic books, reading them nonstop.
Zoho face palms. I had a feeling she'd be doing that.
I am not
That-
even slightly surprised.
What's there
And
to
I'm
question?
Hmm?
What is there to question?
Mm. And I'm not apologizing for causing this mess. I was the one that suggested we come here because of just curiosity of what the hell we found was.
And you thought telling them about it would have helped.
I
If
held
I'm
up a hand. Peace, both of you. This matter will be settled, because it seems that there's far more to that gate than anybody seemed to have thought. And the matters have been
Yeah, that-
complicated.
That I understand, Thorin, but do you think it wise to bring anyone uninvolved into this mess?
No. I look at the librarian. Perhaps you could tell me what they told you.
What your friends told me.
Yes, my good sir. From one dwarf to another. I would not lie to you, nor do I expect to be lied to. I will tell you give you the honest answers if you ask me questions.
Do the thing again. He gestures
Uh,
to Cayenne.
I give the rough estimate 4 weeks ago.
No.
the
Oh,
prestidigitation of
thing.
Danny.
Danny, I open up the book because the image should sit on the blank page for an hour.
I look at the image. It's Danny.
Yeah, she was apparently here.
She was here in Barrador? Whatever for?
Probably the same reason.
It seems you and your friends seem to work for a certain lady that can't be trusted.
We only
It was-
work for
Worked for, not currently working for.
It was only the one
It
job.
was just a.
Lawkeeper will deal with it. It's quicker if you wait for him.
I bow. Thank you for your patience, good sir.
You should
Should
be
we-
able to explain how it works if you've already seen him today.
Well, I explained what he did to find out the truth and nothing more. Details will not abound about what happened to me until we are lodged for the night.
Away from any prying ears.
It is more complicated than that, Zoho. And that is why I wish not to speak of it any further.
If hearing the truth will earn us this librarian's trust, then so be it.
The lore master will hear us out. Or law master. Uh-oh. Psycha is
Close enough.
alive.
It has lore in it.
Psycha is mute.
That's
like,
fine.
Hello.
I
Well,
dug us into a situation where
welcome
we
to
had to make the
chaos.
lore- Yeah, I dug us into a situation where Thorin has to meet the lore holder again.
I am in
Lawkeeper.
trouble with the law twice. Let's put it that way.
We're not in trouble. All because we did the job for her once, and then we came out of curiosity of our own accord.
Well, I proceed to talk to the library, as I did understand Dwarven, and there were Dwarven runes on it. I simply asked, I described what I read, and asked if he understood it.
For
We're
fuck's
already in
sake.
the knee deep in the situation. There is no getting out of it now. In for a penny, in for a pound.
There's no stopping
Uh,
us now.
Then it looks like we will have to wait.
Because you're having a good time. Right, so you kind of like have your awkward conversation. Zyka, Rill is currently not in the room and not involved in this shit. Yet.
We hope we can leave her out of this.
No, yeah, let's leave Rill by herself because this would just get more awkward.
And
Well-
would
Well, as Zyka's here, would Zyka like to go and do investigate what Rill's been doing while they've been doing this?
I mean, well, we've been stupendously stupid.
Would you like to know Rill's findings? Okie
she
dokie
said
then.
yes.
So, Rill found a different room to everyone else. In this room, Rill found a book written in Draconic. Bit weird, there's a book in Draconic down here. Next to the book, there's the same book in Dwarvish with the exact same title.
Wait, can she read Dwarvish?
Next to that book, there's another book in another language that's got the same title.
God, what the fuck is this book called?
I don't know if I want to know.
I
it
believe
yet.
this may have sparked Rill's interest. Would Rill likely sit there and read them to find out what's going on in these books and why they're all the same? I take that as a yes.
That's most likely a yes.
Right. the books you have found are talking about dragons, not the Z kind.
Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales.
Wrong.
Lap.
Oh, did she slap me for that one?
Any hoozle.
Just real finds books that have common sense.
So, these books are basically talking about historical points that involve dragons. Not the make believe kind of stories that everyone else seems to know. You found some of the books that have been kept away for a very long time in the dark room that everyone seems to have forgotten about. In these books, they talk about different events involving dragons. One of the events is the original founding of the city. And what they refer to as the heart of the mountain.
Oh,
I'm gonna
so
whisper the next bit to Avril.
For real. She knows shit we don't.
Yeah, and I'm going to assume what I have to do is gonna have to do with this. I mean, at least it makes things interesting. I don't know what's in the mine, and I'm about to find out anyways.
That was a lot of
I
booping.
was not hearing anything for some reason.
And then Josh died.
I was not hearing anything. Were you hearing anything, Josh?
I didn't hear shit because I just got booted from Discord for a second. Is everybody okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fine.
I'm just typing to Avril.
Jeez, my computer is having all kinds of shit fits today. Apparently, it didn't like the fact that I didn't use it yesterday.
Alright. That's an important bit for real.
Wait.
So, there's that bit. From your understanding, that is what you can discern from part of the book. It also talks about
Hmm.
Ooh, my ice packs
Yeah,
aren't frozen anymore.
so it basically talks about the founding of the city originally, something that refers to it as the heart of the mountain. Some boring bit about expansion.
Well, of course. Hmm.
And it also talks about something that from this side of perspective is what seems to be a story you know, but from the other side of it, referring to The Departing. I will actually go through that with you a bit more detail out of session.
It's suddenly very quiet.
Yes, because we're waiting for the typing.
Oh, sorry.
Do, do, do. Okay, so you're going to
A moontan heart.
you're stealing this book. Okay, this is what I'm reading here.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what? What?
That's gonna be fun.
Need find mountain heart. Oh no, real? Why? Why real? What?
Because
Alright.
it's real. Real is real.
Yeah, that's the nice and short version for the stream and based on time and stuff. And the fact that only Real's going to know this information to begin with, it'll be up to her if she shares it. I will go through with it outside of stream.
Out of curiosity, would Thorin know anything about this as a dwarf?
These are some really old books Real found. Kind of like the. It's one thing to have the books to do with the wars and stuff of the city. It's another thing to have books that talk about certain things I can't tell you. Real found the back room that she wasn't necessarily meant to be
Sleight
allowed
of
in.
hand. Oh no.
Well, for now that works because she's the only one in that room.
Gosh.
I'm
Lucky.
sorry.
on.
Did you just say that that Rill is currently in the back rooms?
No.
The room, right? The room Rill is in, for descriptive purposes, is very dark compared to the rest of them. Very dusty, but has a lot of books that are very old and worn, and if you're not careful, will fall to pieces.
Oh no.
I
She
just
found
realized
it.
She found the
effectively
restoration
Real
room.
walked into the proper old archive section.
The restoration room. Oh no.
You know what I just realized? I was in there with her, and that's probably where the info we're looking for is.
You were
I could have looked. Yes, I was. I found Rill in the room.
Yes,
I
but
didn't-
you saw Rill in the room, asked where the others were, and pointed out and left.
Yeah, if I had thought for a second and looked around first, I would have realized what I was looking at. Which I didn't. Too late.
Yeah, you just walked in. It's like, oh, it's an old library room. Okay, Alright.
So
I
basically,
guess I'm
the
gonna need
description.
this token again.
Ba 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 ba.
And we'll have him come in with his escort that went to find him.
Uh,
Some time passes while you discuss whatever matters, as long as you're not attempting to leave and you don't bug the librarian too much, all is fine.
I sit here.
And as long as no one tries to leave the room, also all is fine. They approach and Basholt, you called for me? Yeah, we may have another problem. He glances over at the group he's got waiting. They do seem to be quite patient, though.
Zoho leans over to Thorin while glancing at the lawkeeper.
The lawkeeper makes eye contact with Thorin. He doesn't say anything. He's
just
very
very disappointed with you.
No, I just. Oh man, there is nothing I can say at this point except deal with it.
So, am I here in relation to previous events? And is it likely we will need some more?
I shake my head. No, this has nothing to do with our discussion earlier.
Very well. You just seem to be having a very bad day. I hope you
Sorry.
have arranged
We will
to
be
make.
we will be going to the mine tomorrow, and from there, proceeding as the Lady Dwarf sees fit.
Wait, Lady
Very
Dwarf?
well.
I'll explain later.
So,
Hmm,
how may we help you today? Well, they seem to have been in work and contact with a certain young woman. I see. So it's just a questioning. If you don't mind, it saves a lot of time.
Over here.
Okay.
I look like I
So
am.
who
Don't do anything stupid.
I'm not.
so who do we have here?
I introduced the entire group.
it is an
Right.
honor to meet you, great lawkeeper.
Everyone calls me great. I don't know why. Anyway, let's make this quick. You want to know if they actually work alongside her, yes? Yeah, that's about right. I also want to know if they have any information on the information she took. Very well. If you wouldn't mind, and he opens up his book, mutters some
Wizard.
words,
I
and
just
looks
look at
upon
Faye.
you.
Don't do anything.
Is anyone going to try and resist this?
No.
Okay.
Is there a way to resist?
Don't.
I'm double checking. I think there might be,
It's a wisdom save.
but if you're
Hmm.
planning on being truthful, there's no reason to
No,
Hide
it's-
anything.
No, Zoho is planning to be
attempt to.
truthful.
yeah, no. My character's not that kind of person to just resist being truthful. That's weird.
Right. So, do you know the woman named Danny?
Yes.
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 Do you currently work alongside or for said woman?
No.
No.
This is a good start. Could you please just give us a short version of how you've met this woman?
I'll explain this one. Uh, we work for a group called the Guild at in Carnell, and they offered us small jobs till we settled in. Uh, un- we were introduced to Danny in the process, and were simply told that we were going to escort her till she found what she was looking for in a certain area of woods. She refused to explain what she was looking for, or why she was looking for it, or even where she had got the information, despite us trying our best to get that information from her.
In truth, she deliberately kept us in the dark.
Until we found it.
And even then, she continued to hide what it was and still refused to tell us, even after studying it and then finally heading back to Carnell with everything she had gained.
She also
Hmm.
paid us questionably handsomely, for someone of what we assumed had been a modest venture.
Ah. So, what was it that you found?
A
An
An
gateway.
adamantine arch covered in stone and buried in earth, inscribed with dwarvish runes upon the stone.
Well, they were
Ev-
magical runes. Not sure if they were dwarvish.
They were dwarven.
Every time one of us touched the gate, it activated in tune to our elemental affinity, and the weather would change as a result.
Specifically when she had us trying to focus the energy into it. I only came here to find out anything involving it due to the fact that if one of those got placed in the middle of a town and someone tries doing what we did at the behest of our at the time employer, it could literally wreck the town.
In other words, these gateways may have disastrous consequences wherever they are planted.
Especially if we don't know how or what they're for.
Es- Especially when we get kept in the dark and literally we got killed because of that, of where it was located.
Did any of you connect with it?
What do you mean?
The being.
We didn't even know there was a
Everybody-
being.
Yes, and I pointed Zoho.
Zoho wordlessly, he takes Sabakaze, that was strapped to his back, and presents it.
He's wind aligned.
A wind spirit by the name of Sabakaze was housed in the gateway and appeared before us when we spoke a magical phrase. When it asked who spoke the phrase, I answered, and she challenged me to a duel.
However, she didn't specify that it was supposed to be a one-on-one and had two wind buddies appear and nearly kill us.
Either
Most
way, the point was for her to face Zoho in question to see if he was worthy of using the
Mm.
blade.
In
which-
truth, I lost, and yet she still bestowed upon me this sword. From then on, I vowed that I would accept this boon in order to better myself, to be worthy of it. He's still being told to speak the truth.
Foreign. This
Yeah.
guy's been very, like, professional in everything he's been doing, and all of it, and now he seems to be a little, like, he lets out a sigh for the first time.
Okay.
Wait, which guy are you
Schultz.
specifying? The lawkeeper?
The
or-
lawkeeper.
Okay.
Schultz, I think you should let them see the books. I need to go speak with somebody.
I look
But
at
they are
the-
not I think events are starting.
I raise an eyebrow.
The librarian looks at him. If you say so.
Can you please tell us what just a tiny bit of what events curiosity kind of piqued when a archdruid or whatever he was inquired upon Zoho and the sword as well.
That is correct. There was an archdruid in Carnell who also had some questions for us regarding Sabakaze.
I'm going to assume if you guys had a druid, I'm pretty sure he's at the exact same meeting.
Well, for now, we'll let you do your own searching. But I may contact you again. Do
You have
you have
sending?
we do not have any place. that
He
we
just
would
looks at
send.
you as if, do I have sending? I have a
man.
bit more than that.
Good, because I have sending, and sadly, I can only do it twice a day.
Well, you should probably practice some more.
I
He
need.
doesn't he doesn't realize that you're a sorcerer. He's just like you're a newbie wizard or something. It's like
I don't use books, and I don't call upon a god or a demon.
Zoho bows his head to the
oh,
lawkeeper.
a natural
Thank you.
talent. Well, it may come in useful later. We'll
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
Thank you for placing your trust in us, lawkeeper.
Sorry for the hassle.
I do apologize for all of this, and I will still keep my word, as I said. Despite all of this.
I expect you to do so. Though things may get a bit more interesting for you on the way. I need to go convene with some others to discuss some other matters. I'll
I
let you.
bow. Thank you for your time, my lord.
Very well. And he makes his leave. The guard escorts him, just like, politeness and all that.
Oh, we're getting more information than we did with as soon as I can remember how to pronounce his name, the druid.
Wirral?
Yeah, Whirl.
Oh,
I
places
look at the
Abakaze
librarian.
back on his back. Yes.
It seems we must follow you.
It's not far. Just this way. He turns around and heads through the door he's been sitting in front of the whole time.
Neat.
Oh no. Back room it is. Oh, if we find real, that'll be
Zoho
hilarious.
pauses. Wait. Shouldn't we go? Shouldn't one of us go find Rill?
Nah.
You guys are very happy just to leave people to their own devices and whatnot when
shake
they're
my
on their
head.
own.
We'll explain to Rill later. I think she'll be happier if she's left alone.
Rude.
Look, it's not anything against Frill. It's a process of time frame and
Well, it's not actually necessarily up to you. You've decided to leave Rill out of this. However, Rill, upon learning the information you have at this point, because you've had more than long enough to read the book, okay, you're going to search for more references to the Hard Mountain. Can you please roll an investigation?
Oh no.
Goodness.
I have a distinct feeling that we are gonna find her where we're going.
Okay,
Oh, she
Rill.
found Bupkis.
I'll actually jump to Rill for a moment then. She didn't find Bobcus, but she didn't find. Was it this one? Yes. Okay. So this token goes. This token comes in.
I'm concerned there's
Okay.
another map.
Okay, we're going to jump to Rill for a bit.
Son of a bitch!
Yes, there was another map. The map you were on. Rill, in your hang on. Don't zoom yet.
Pixely.
In your search, you start looking for more stuff in the room that you're in, but there's nothing other than the books you already have that seem to give you any more information. So you start searching elsewhere, and you find yourself in this room. As you enter this room and you walk past this table, this isn't books that this person is reading. This is maps. They seem to be studying a bunch of maps.
Real nannikins.
Oh no.
I should have known. I should have asked that person what they were doing.
Why am I picturing Rill just poking her head up while kneeling against the table and just looking at the maps like a cat?
Meow.
Meow.
I
So.
don't know why.
Rill kind of has two choices. She can she's not that stupid, so it's all like, oh, maps, I'm looking for something and where it might be. Maybe this person knows, or she can just keep going with the I'm on a mission. Or she can just do chaotic things and I don't know, take maps. There's loads of choices here. Well, what is your shenanigans?
Dear God.
Yes, I am using them for research. Were you after a specific one?
Making people nervous. Real special talent.
For Mountain Heart.
Oh shoot.
You mean the... You're referring to the story of when the city was made? Unfortunately, there's no maps for that time period at the moment. You may be spending too much time trying to find things that aren't here. Sorry. These are not the correct maps. We don't have anything from back then. We only have from the stories, and that it would be a part, most likely be in the old city, but no one's allowed there anymore.
Damn it. Hmm.
Because the mountain collapsed. A lot of that city was lost. It's too dangerous. So it is forbidden.
Oh.
Well, I suppose you could ask permission to access the city as a researcher, but it's very rare anyone is given that. Or you could do what some rebels do and take it into their own hands. Although I don't condone that. um, I'm not sure who you would specifically speak to. But one of the council. Ah, no, yes. That would make more sense. You would have to get it from the council. You're very enthusiastic. I like it. That's quite alright. We all have reasons to delve into the research of our choosing. Um,
Damn it.
That was not a typo. She did, in fact, say consul.
Consil.
Where will find consul?
Well, that would be the... I can't believe it. I hate... That would be in the parliamentary building. You could go there and request for seeing.
Aw.
um, she kind of shuffles through the maps that she has. Um, this is where we currently are, and this building here is the Parliament building. Good luck with your research.
Ote.
Oh, so much for my ice pack. It's not cold anymore.
Unfortunately, no. You might want to ask the library keeper. They have a better idea of where to find things around here.
Ugh.
I believe he's currently upstairs. I'm not sure which room.
Psycho just disappeared.
I notice.
I pressed the button by
I know.
accident.
Terrible idea. I'm
Uh,
going to I'm going to assume you're going to head to find the library keeper.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, it's really funny and ironic, but the beginning of the stream that you completely missed, where I was in the dungeon, I am heading there the next day anyways. And I was planning on taking everybody with me.
You assume it's the same place.
Uh
I never referred to dungeon, and I also said to
Okay,
you
sorry,
the old
jail.
mines.
The old mines, but nobody is allowed in that part of the city. Therefore, it implies
Nothing.
Alright.
no, because when we built the lore when we first got here, the old mines start in the old city. So you still have to go there.
Meanwhile, back to here.
Back
Karen's
to
like,
here. As Rill heads up looking for stairs, she finds a staircase.
eh,
As she's checking through doors and whatnot. And as she finds it, there's a very important looking dwarf on his way out with a guard. And you head upstairs. And you head through the door at the top. And you
and
find
meanwhile,
yourself in this room.
meanwhile, Cayenne, nah, she'll probably find her way to us.
You
They
seem
currently,
confident that'll happen.
for Rill's perspective, they currently aren't actually in this room. But you do notice there is a door on the other side.
That's been left open.
Oh, it's been open the entire time. There's no door in it. It's just a doorway.
So Real runs in.
Is Turf here?
Yes.
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 Okay. I was just making sure because the map changed.
Give me one moment because it's about to change again.
Oh no.
Because I may as well just grab everyone for this one.
Zoop.
Am I on the correct layer? I'm on the wrong layer. That
Do we
means no
hear
one will
Real
see what I'm
running up
doing.
behind us?
No, you've basically just entered this room and she's not quite behind, like, there yet. She's on her way, so I'm going to grab her token anyway. Who am I? Here we go. Got all the tokens. And put you guys on the correct map.
Oh,
Sweet Jesus.
That's a lot of books. Zoho does mention this.
That's more than a lot of books. That's a really big mess.
Guy, is the room actually this badly littered and busted?
Yep.
Holy crap! That means nobody
So-
comes up here.
The fuck did she?
This is why he was sitting in front of the door so no one could get in here.
I'm going to assume this was
Hmm.
all Danny.
What
Well,
the hell did she do?
as you're entering the room, he explains, "We've had to close this part of the library due to certain people that you have acquainted."
Danny,
Eh.
you mean?
And now suspect of nefarious plots and plans.
What the hell did she do?
Would you like help repairing
Well-
all the damages?
That I wouldn't mind. However, it's best I do this myself. I need to check all of these books as I put them back. This wasn't the only room of the library she ransacked.
Ah,
Brill just in the corner of the map.
She's
peeking
gone
out.
outside the map.
She's just
Well,
she's
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 not in the
got
room
magical
yet.
powers to walk through walls.
Oh, she's not in the room yet. Okay.
I look at the librarian and then I look at the mess. What the hell? Was she with anybody when she did all this?
I have to admit, she doesn't seem like the type of person who could ransack this part of a library this quickly.
I don't know what was in that woman. However, I have spent the last 6 to 7 weeks going through every book one by one to check she didn't take anything.
I look at the librarian. You're gonna be looking for a missing map, as she had one that she wouldn't let us see. And it was old.
Very old, actually. The parchment was starting to yellow, I believe.
It was past yellowing, it was tattered, and there were holes where there shouldn't be any.
Yes.
Well, she wouldn't have got it from here. I've checked all the maps in the other room. There are none stored here. They're all present and accounted for.
Which probably
I think I've got my voices mixed up now, but
which
fuck it.
probably
No, that was
implies she
correct.
brought it from somewhere else.
Well,
yeah, then if this place didn't have anything, the next place was the capital.
well, she was obsessed with trying to find some specific information. We just haven't figured out a lot yet. However, there are a few books that she did show interest with in this area,
Like what?
and he kind of like, oops.
I follow him. And as I do, I look around to see if most of the books are in Dwarvish, Common, or other languages.
Well, from the ones that you can see and and
Mostly
not
dwarf.
delving too much into the bit mess, it's 100% dwarven in here.
As I look around, I speak to Zoho and Otto. Don't try to read anything, it's all Dwarven.
Oh, believe me, we tried translating common to dwarven, and while you were
It's
in
hard.
in the dungeon, it's hard.
I mean,
Uh.
you've been doing that. I've been doing it a different way that was a little easier for me.
I give
Yes,
a
because
hearty
you know
chuckle.
Do you
I give a
blame
heart-
me?
Eh.
Yes, considering I know a demonic language. Ugh.
I look at
Still
both of them
wondering why
again.
that is.
Relax. The destroyed library is more important than figuring out how either of you want to learn Dwarven right now.
Deep speak.
I don't
Right.
see anything in these.
He said it's all dwarven.
They're
Every
all
last
dwarven.
book.
Dwarven.
Okay, fair. Sorry.
Which books did she have an interest in?
Right, give me a moment. This is when Will enter, is when he's going through the books with you guys.
As I am, he's looking at the bookshelf. I'm pretty sure, so I would be looking towards the door.
Hmm.
Real? If she comes in
Zoho
now,
perks up and looks towards the door as well. Hmm?
Zyka.
Heal.
No, I know. It's just Kai just said she showed up in the room, so
Yeah, she comes in. She comes through the doorway as he's going through this rack of books, looking for the specific one that he remembers her having an interest in.
Ah,
So
there
I'm
you are, Real. Did you
Well,
find anything interesting?
you would be in the middle hallway there, Zyka, when we see you.
She don't care.
And she just walks past.
And she's gone.
I'm trying to point out the fact that I can see 2 tokens of rail on the map.
Wait, what?
Oh.
You're
Where do you
you're
see a second
you're up
one?
here. You're up here.
Yeah.
I saw
Hold
a
on.
ping of something else just a second ago.
This
I
is
don't
the
see-
entranceway over.
I don't see
This
the
is-
token.
Hang on.
Hang on.
Shh.
On my end, where it's right here, I see 2 of me.
Oh.
What?
At the same spot?
Yes, where I'm putting Rail's token right now is another
Right.
Rail token.
By reloading.
Maybe it's a
Oh,
different layer?
no, hang on. I'm gonna just do this. Did they both disappear?
No.
Okay, you've got a. It's a weird lag bug. Roll20 has sometimes it leaves an after image of the where the token was. So it
Oh,
basically
okay.
It ends up following you around.
So refresh
Kage
Rail
Yeah.
token, what you're telling me.
Yeah, if you just refresh Roll20 and grab your token again, it should usually works.
I don't know if I'd be able to
I'm
watch that.
on my phone. Could you do that for me, please?
Yes, I'll put you at the entrance again.
Real.
I haven't seen that bug in over like a year.
See, I told I
About a
told you.
year ago, like about a year.
I look at the librarian. And
No. This is out of character. It's like about a year ago, I had the exact same problem. I was like, why is there 2 of me following me around?
No, but
And it happened like multiple times.
that you had me so confused for a second. It's like I haven't seen that book in a year.
No, he said bug.
Instead of bug.
Yeah.
Bug.
So
Alright, so
Did you find anything
Real.
interesting, Real?
Real's like, no, going
Real?
checking this side of the map.
real.
Oh wait, she doesn't see the librarian. Is in the middle.
Real?
Real. There's a librarian here.
Yeah, well, Kaya and trying to talk to like
She immediately comes over. It's just like,
I have no interest in you until you mention things I'm looking for.
meanwhile, Kai, and while they're trying to get the attention of Rill, offhand, do you know of any of this knowledge Danny was looking for mentioned anything in this area?
Sorry, can you say that again?
he's talking to the librarian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
asking. Can you repeat the question?
Was there anything that Danny was looking at that involved like this specific area? Because I kind of concerned that something that happened in the last night might be attached to what was happening at the gate and what she's trying to look for.
Zoho glances over at Cayenne. Are you talking about your dream last night?
Yeah,
I think she is referring to the fact that she exploded.
You what?
Our friend here has a rather.
shut up. Let me say it.
Okay.
Basically, last night for some unknown reason, and I got visions of a fire. I don't know if it was a dream. I don't know if it was a nightmare. And basically, the fire was trying to reach out to me. I was able to cast spells on it and myself to no avail, only to give it a humanoid form. It hugged me, it absorbed itself into me, and the next thing I know, the entire room that I was in exploded. If anything, I have two theories. One, somehow it was myself with a spell I do not even know, or it's essentially the same thing as Sabakaze, but fire.
That's what we've been going on. And we
Yeah.
only got this vision last night when we first arrived here in Barrider. Which is.
I don't recall anything of that nature, but I would like to request that you leave the library.
I'm not going to explode.
She won't. She won't explode. You have our word. Aside from that one hiccup last night, our friend here has very fine control over her magic.
Yeah, I know for one thing, I do not have wild magic.
I tap the librarian on the shoulder.
Could you
I-
roll persuasion?
Both of us?
Yeah.
Yes, you can both roll.
Okay, I help Cayenne with the persuasion.
You don't even have to.
Oh.
No,
Okay.
you can still roll. I asked for the roll.
Oh, they didn't
Right.
actually do bad.
Well, at the very least, could you maybe wait in the first room? At least not in this room.
I could see where you'd be concerned. There are a lot of flammable papers and books lying on the floor. The much wooden floor.
There's a lot less in the other room that I'll have to deal with if she loses it.
If it will put you at ease.
Plus, most of those books are just copies anyway.
What?
The books in the room you were just in, most of them are copies. Textbooks. For the learning.
So they're easily replaceable.
Exactly. Not so much in here.
Fair enough.
Now, where was I?
Searching for anything that Danny might have been looking for.
Right, oh yeah. So, this one, and where was it? Ah, here it is. This one. They're both in the woman.
I
No,
read the
I see
titles.
that.
I read the titles out to everybody.
He'll read the titles out because he realizes no one here fucking speaks Dwarven except for possibly you.
I speak Dwarven. It is
Right.
listed in my languages.
Lies down on the floor 20 away from it. Be away from
knows?
it. But
Very specific. Right. I
Alright.
don't know why she was looking at these, but these were the two that I definitely saw her reading while she
What-
wasn't making a mess.
What are they?
This is the book talks about this book is about the founding of the city. The book
Founding of
cover the title is Heart of the Mountain.
Heart of the Mountain?
Um,
He says it aloud.
I immediately look over at Rill as she comes over and tries to be overt. Why do you have an interest in this, Rill? That's a bookshelf.
She
by
climbs
the
on
way.
top of the bookshelf.
That is a
Yeah.
bookshelf.
Yeah,
She climbs on top of
that
it.
is a double-ended bookshelf, so she couldn't even climb on top of it.
No, she could climb on it. It's not much bigger than you.
Plus, she is lithe.
Yeah. I look at Rill. Why are you interested in this?
Real?
Excuse me, private function.
She's with us.
find
He
the
looks
mountain
over at you.
part?
Oh, great, another one.
What do you
I
mean?
look at the librarian. I don't understand her either. Just bear with it.
What is the
She'll-
mountain heart?
Would I know about this?
Well, you would know
Yes.
the general idea of that when they refer to the heart of the mountain, they talk that they. Your knowledge on it is where the first part of the city was located.
Would do I have to roll for this to get any more information?
Like history check?
That's what this book's for.
Oh,
The
okay.
basics is the heart of the mountain is what is what they're referring to as the central location that the city built out, kind of out from within the mountain. The whole like outside bit that you saw on the river, that's the newest part of the city. Like the insides and the deeper you like, the insides are older, and then there's what they call the old city, which is like in a different location under the mountain, not like deeper down, but like
Oh, must be part of the border then.
Hmm.
well, this
I
whole
sh-
place is the border. I thought you would have known that.
Zoho looks to Rill. Rill, why do you need to find the mountain heart?
I mean, I only really know about the border because I found a giant history book in this library. I didn't know anything until then.
Zoho's expression just deadpans. And
Well,
he just stares at Rill.
I'm gonna lean over and whisper in the librarian's ear. Don't leave that book unattended. And maybe get a couple guards to check her before she leaves. She has a penchant for taking things.
Rill,
but
what book,
you
please?
can read the books all you want. They're just not allowed to leave the vicinity.
What about borrowing them?
They're not allowed to leave the vicinity.
Rill,
Real by copy. Well, that's not something I thought of.
If you want to take notes, fine. Just don't do it in these books. And I'll.
Zoho takes out a
You
piece
know
of
what?
parchment and sorry.
You can have this piece of paper and what notes you can make on this piece of paper. That's what you can leave with. I've had enough of crazy elven relations to last me a lifetime.
Okay, I'm not even going to question that. What is the other book she was looking at?
The other book, as he puts down, this is something to do with a group from way back when, and an event that occurred from when the storm was in the mountain.
The storm was
Storm is
in the mountain?
Yes, the storm in the mountain.
Is that
Normally, you wouldn't get thunder, rain, and lightning and that kind of thing in underground, would you?
Zoho
But
spares a
apparently
glance
it
over at Thorin.
happened.
does that
You
have
don't
anything to
think-
do with the war between the dwarves and the giants?
Just make
Or
this.
That
Dwarven
happened before, if I recall correctly.
Before
Dwarven
the war.
For the war?
In the heart of the
Anyway,
mountain.
feel free to read. Don't take them with you. Don't write on anything other than this piece of paper. This is all you're limited to. Do you understand? And he looks at Brill.
Yes.
I
one
will
question.
state this, good sir. She barely speaks any common. The only language she would have any interest in is Draconic. Believe me, I've tried.
He mutters something in Draconic to her.
Ooh.
It's not very nice.
Oh.
Oh.
No! Zoho doesn't understand it.
Thorin does. Thorin looks a little taken aback right now.
Just
Oh.
hand over his mouth.
Not even hand over his mouth, just like, oh.
Anybody notice what you just said?
Thorin would. I don't think he'll say it.
No, real
no,
no
real
elf,
no
real
elf,
dragon.
real dragon.
He's a real Narrow's eye.
I look at Rill. My immediate response is to speak in Draconic. Please don't do anything.
Dratonit?
Draconic, please don't do anything, Rill. He only means well, as he cares for these books as the same way you care about Kayate.
Josh, did you say you understand Draconic?
Yes, it is listed. We've had this
Yeah.
discussion before.
One of
I always
Thorin's
forget this
languages is
part.
Draconic.
Okay, I'm gonna have
I
to
re-
copy and paste this because you're standing right next to them.
Oh hell! Am I expecting a DM here? Yep. Oh no. I feel concerned.
Oh no.
He also gives you the narrow eyes. He is deadly serious. This is not a
Not a
I'm being
negotiation,
stupid. This is not a negotiation. He will murder you.
What?
Yeah, and that's why I say what I say in Draconic. Please don't do anything real. He cares for these books the same way you do about Kayate. If you need anything, we'll get Zoho to copy whatever you want into his notebook. And I have a notebook as well, and I can do the same. Please, please don't take any of the books.
Zoho doesn't understand a word of this, but he does catch a minute gesture in his direction. Hmm?
I explain what I just told Rill to Zoho.
So basically, you nominated me to be your note taker.
You're the only one who's good at calligraphy.
Yes, calligraphy.
It's like make it as small letters as possible to get as much as possible on this page. That is my advice as the DM. Right, tiny.
Kirk Blair.
Very well.
I also offered my services as well, by the way. I do have a
Oh, you're
notebook
really
and
good.
a pencil in my pack.
This piece of paper. You'll
I have pieces of parchment. I can
He looks
take
at you.
whatever notes she
This
wishes.
piece of paper. That's all
Oh.
you get. The
Okay,
rest you
one piece
have
of
to
paper.
remember for yourselves.
Very well.
Was there any other books or parchments or maps she was interested in that is within this area?
Well, of the ones I've found so far, only these two.
Was there anything in the other area that you closed off that she had an interest in?
Mainly this area, and well, I'm assuming she found what she was interested in this area. She didn't show much interest in the books that aren't so old, or the books that have multiple copies.
Two-piece. Rail may need maps. Maps aren't small.
Then right on the other side.
Zoho leans over to Rill.
I bow to
don't
the
think
librarian.
he's-
Thank you for your patience. We will make sure nothing happens.
Two-piece.
She is very determined, and he is about.
Sire, I have additional parchments in my pack. Would that suffice?
She
think it-
gets one piece of paper. She should only need one piece of paper.
I throw
Yes.
up my. Otto
She
throws.
will know why she only needs one piece of paper.
Otto throws up his hands and just like walks away. He's had enough.
I lean around the bookshelf and call Otto back. It's like, I need your help. I'm not good at reading messes very well, Otto. You've been in the woods.
That's, I'm not sure. That's one of those like it's either an insult or a compliment.
Otto
So-
continues
so
to walk
shit.
and increases his speed.
Ivan even hears this and looks down the hall. The fuck, boy?
I holler
Also,
at
hi,
Otto,
Sirda.
please. I could use your insight into which section of this part of the library she was in the most, Otto. I'm asking kindly.
I'm already out the door.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
you can
gone.
still hear me.
Yeah, it's not that far. If he shouts, you could hear him.
And I did.
Meanwhile, the librarian and Rill, I think, are having a staring competition into who's going to submit first.
Yeah, I left because I'm just like,
And Zoho is just looking between
if it's
them
going to be a
nervously.
stalemate, it might as well just, take its time.
Dwarven
to-
stubbornness versus Rill.
Yeah, real.
This could take a while.
Exactly.
I crook a finger at Rill to come down for a sec. And I say, come here, I have something to show you.
He just people's elbows her.
No. I do have something in mind that may or may not help the situation.
Azrael scowls.
Please.
No.
Fine, I won't make the armor for Kayate.
Oh.
Thorin, you didn't!
Farin, would you like a shovel?
Yeah, kind of getting there.
Thorin. Don't.
I
Please?
hold up a hand as a to Zoho to stop. I am asking you to come down as I have something that may make it easier for you to find what you are looking for. Are you going to stay up there, or are you going to at least let the gentleman have what he wants, and I'll do what I can to make this easier? I say this in Draconics so that it's still between me and her.
It's not
And
just
him.
between you and him, you and her.
The one.
Yeah.
Then come down from there, and I'll help you. Please.
And there he goes.
One day I will stop messing with the back button.
The joys
It'll
of
be
mobile
fine.
phones.
Yay!
It'll be fine. Still need an answer though from Rill.
He's working on it.
Mm. Whee!
There's a lot of smoke coming out of this pipe at this moment. Okay, Cayenne. Just don't explode.
Librarian.
I fix it.
Hmm. Well, I bow to Rill. Thank you. I take my pack off, and then I am going to pull out the bottle of Good Luck liquid.
Eh.
Good luck. that the-
This
isn't
may
that-
or may not go very well in about 2 seconds flat. But
Isn't that bottle that thing you got at the carnival?
yes, and it's Good Luck liquid, which should make this easier.
But
Maybe you should
Uh,
have tried this before the bad luck started happening.
Uh,
but
where's
how
the
do we
fun in
even know if
that?
it'll work?
Do you have a better idea?
No, not really.
There you go. Real, come over here. I have something for you to drink.
Uh,
Well, you're not in the room, so you're not gonna hear
I
this.
know. All I'm thinking, I'm just like thinking this is going to be like, even if I was there, I'd be even more inclined to leave.
I hold up the bottle, I show it to Rill, and I explain what it does in Draconic. And I give her, but I give her a condition. You have to leave the books here, and you have to use that one piece of paper. If you are willing to do that, I will give you this to drink, and it will make it much easier to find what you were looking for. It is Good Luck liquid. But those are the conditions. You can't take any of the library books. And you have to stick to the one page. Also, I will make the armor for Kayate. I'm not that mean.
You shouldn't have said that. You haven't finished the bargain yet.
Well, that's out of character. But I'll say it after we're done in the library. But not before. I hand her the bottle.
The librarian hands her the parchment. He understands everything you're saying.
I don't know how it's going to taste, so it could taste horrible. Just keep that in mind.
They do say the best tonics taste bitter.
Mm. All right, Real. Well, I handed her the bottle and I stepped back and let her proceed.
Right. Now that's settled with. Good luck.
I bow. Thank you.
And he goes and. Well, he's only going and basically plonking himself in the doorway again to stop anyone else trying to enter.
Well, Real
Constitution
does.
saving throw.
Wow, she doesn't trust it either. Good idea though. I
It's
go.
not any. It's not going to do bad things. It's not. It's not poison or anything like that.
So I
Also,
well,
not
she-
alcohol.
What-
I'm assuming you're drinking it now, seeing as you're rolling that.
Yep. While she does that, I am going to go and get Otto and explain that I've resolved the situation and how I resolved the situation, and then I'm going to ask him for help figuring out where Danny might have been the most within the section of the library.
How the hell would I be able to do that?
I don't know. I explained you're a tracker. You've lived in the woods. You might have better insight.
Yeah, I totally can track inside a freaking library with no freaking.
I look
I
at
think
Otto.
Corin's just having a really bad day and he's just grasping at any straw he can to get.
Pretty much. I need your help, Otto, figuring out what she might have taken. I can't do this by myself.
Tastes like carbonated water with
All
no added
right,
flavor.
but you
Jeez.
explain to him that I am a druid.
The librarian?
Because he's not gonna like what I'm going to do.
What?
Okay. Well, I proceed back to the librarian and with Otto in tow and explain that Otto is a druid and he's going to do something to figure out where Danny has been the most, so we can find out what she's done without destroying or ruining the books.
The
Being
books
able to help-
stay. Don't damage them. If you fuck them, he will murder you.
If you break the books, I will break you.
Oh, he won't break you. You won't realize you've hit the ground.
Yeah.
It's like,
All right. Well, I gesture to Otto to do what to proceed.
I transform into a wolf.
Oh,
right. So,
Zoho peeks around the bookcase and sees Otto turning into a wolf, and he's like, "Oh no!"
well, these can be rolled off of his stat sheet anyway, because they're except for perception or investigation. No, it's wolf. So
I must use my sniffer.
D12.
roll
Are
right. Rather than using roll, first of all, just roll a history check.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Nope.
Oof.
can I
Right.
help him with that?
He can't remember what Danny smells like.
Oh, okay.
So you can't pinpoint the specific smell, so your only option is to kind of like smell for, I guess, the strongest scent in general. Like, I'm guessing, think of it like puddles after a rainy day. It's like,
I dig. Oh, hang on.
Hold on before you do anything. She handled the coin she paid us with. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good point.
she handed them to us personally.
I am going to take out my purse of coins and hold it up in front of
Yeah,
her.
anything that she's handled would give us a better understanding of it.
okay, it's been a while, but I'll do a randomizer on it.
Oh shoot! I have to do a D100.
No, if he sticks his nose in the pouch.
Okay. Well, I hold it in place.
Yeah,
I'm
if
gonna
you
let this
stick your
happen.
nose in the pouch as far as you go and take a big sniff in,
Yeah.
you can find a vaguely familiar scent that isn't one of the party members that you travel with.
Okay.
Right. So in
Snort the
general,
coins.
I'm not gonna mess around with rolling. Otherwise it's just gonna take forever.
Yeah.
In general, she's been
Right.
everywhere in the room. Kind of obvious that.
And I smell something in a place that might be stronger, because that is a thing.
This
Concentrated?
corner over here has a concentration of lingering scent. The seat, to be more specific, seem to be holding onto the scent
Hmm.
in the cushions.
Is that the only
One
room?
of the seats in here. One of the seats in here. One of the seats in here.
That's not helpful.
And they see the concentration seemed to be around the seating areas, which would indicate that maybe she was sitting there reading stuff and whatnot.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't be able to tell specifically.
How long she'd been there, or if she'd been there more often?
No.
Well, you wouldn't be you can't you wouldn't be able to pinpoint specific books. There's a faint general spell of her left over because it's like musky and not really well ventilated in here.
Not to mention nobody else but her has been in here for a while.
Do I have a spell that would do anything? Mending.
Hmm.
It was a nice attempt.
Yeah, I know. We're not gonna get it that easy.
Nothing worth doing is ever
But-
easy.
So
Zoho notes aloud.
So who's going to read the 2 books that he's got out? They're both in
I am
Dwarvish.
because I'm the only one who can read them. I proceed to go over here.
I'm going
and-
to guess Rill's going to count the mountain one first.
Well, she can't read
There's
it.
two.
I have to translate
can read
for
it.
her.
No, she can
Common,
read
Deep
it.
Speech, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Primordial, Undercommon.
She can read it.
I hate you.
So I just foresee you turn around and she's already got the mountain book.
Yep.
So you go to get to start with the other one.
All right.
Alright. So the
Go
mountain
for
book. This is nice and short. The mountain book describes in detail, like more. So the books you had before kind of just talk about it as a historical thing. This one talks about where the dwarves came from before they settled, where in the mountain they went, like how they got into the mountain,
Hmm.
what happened on that journey, and basically, if you take notes of directions, you should be able to figure out which cavern is the original cavern,
Hmm.
as long as you can find the entrance into the mountain that was originally used. It is not the one that the city currently uses.
Nuts. So we have 2 things to do now, and this is gonna get fun.
The original, based on what you can make from the book and your general knowledge of the area and where you've been, Real, the original city and its origin point would be further north in the mountain range. Which would put it close to. Wait, should I say this out loud?
Yeah, because Faye is noting it, or not Faye. Zoho is noting it as things go.
I can't read Dwarvish,
He
so I'll
can't
need your
read
help
it.
with knowing the important stuff.
Yes, but if she wants him to take notes, she has to read it out loud to him.
Hmm.
No, don't whisper myself. Whisper Rill.
Eh.
Now I've got to retype this.
Honestly, without context, none of this crap is gonna make sense.
It will make the context is makes sense to Rill.
Yeah, but the rest of us won't.
This is one of the good things. You can just type to the person and then they know what. So
Okay, is she telling everybody or just Zoho?
Aza?
Azrael. That's what she
I
means
think
by
that's going.
Aza.
I think that's gonna make sense to Zyka without trying to type shit tons.
Aza knows, Aza tells.
I think that means I can say it out loud, but I'm still not 100% sure because I'm not sure they knew what I was going to say.
Okay, so tell us, I guess. Weirdness.
I can tell you this, like, it's further north than where you currently are, along the mountain range.
Hmm.
As for the exact specific details, to phrase it so it makes sense without giving the whole information I'm not sure about away. Rill has been there before.
Oh.
You know what? I don't even want to question it right now. I'm just gonna leave that alone. When she's ready, she'll tell us. Oh,
What do you mean?
okay.
You don't know if Asa can go?
Uh,
Uh, just for clarification, he stops seeing her scowl. He pats her shoulder. When you're ready to tell us,
No, I'll step
tell
back out
us.
at this point. Was everything okay? I've been studying the book I'm reading, but
Everything's fine, Thorin. Everything's fine.
I
Right.
looked at I look at Rill. Did you find what you were looking for? Hmm?
We
Hola.
Exiled.
I raise both my eyebrows. Exiled.
What do you mean you were exiled?
I start stroking my beard all of a sudden. A thought has occurred to me. Uh-oh.
Real?
I stop Zoho from following Rill. Let her be. When she's ready, she'll tell us.
Besides, Foreign has important information for Zoho. Because he's read the other book, right?
Yeah. Now you're gonna have to explain it.
The storm in the mountain refers to a visit of a few people.
Hmm.
One of these people is named Sabakaze.
Sabakaze
Oh.
is in the wind spirit currently residing in my blade, Sabakaze?
It does it say?
It doesn't mention a blade. It mentions a group of 4 that when they arrived in the mountain city, they brought the storm with them from outside.
Storm.
I stroke my beard. It doesn't specify much more than the storm that they caused. And as for the
There,
names of the others, well,
there is 3 other names.
can we get those names? They're without context. It's not going to make much sense.
What are these names?
We'll type them out. Actually, uh, copy and pasting is going to be a bit faster.
I get the feeling this is going to be a lot of stuff.
It's not too much. The names are the important things.
Sabakaze. Vista?
Varistia, Varista,
Fiorista,
and Thodrak.
Drak,
Farah.
Farah.
Yes,
Hmm.
and it speaks about when they visited, they brought a storm with them, as in thunder, lightning, all of the storminess from outside, and they were able to bring it inside. They had rain and thunder and stuff all in the city inside the mountain. It was kind of logged in this book. It set out as like it was like a display of power and ability. But in the end, there wasn't like it wasn't a case. It wasn't we're coming to take over you. It was we're here. We need to deal with some shit. Don't try to stop. The dwarves tried to stop them. They went no, showed them their power and that, and the dwarves went okay.
They were repelled.
However, they whatever they did brought calm to the mountain.
Maybe each of them represents a different element. So Sabakaze was the wind, and maybe the other three were some other aspect.
Air, water, earth, fire. Farah would be fire, and so I would think that Thodrak would be earth.
I wouldn't assume that. I wouldn't assume that. I would not assume that.
The only guarantee
They-
we have is that
Right.
Sabakaze was a spirit of wind. Going off of that, the other three, we don't have any fire details, but most likely one of them is here in Barrador.
I struck my beard. It would have to be the old city and the mines. But those are forbidden.
There's also the vision that Cayenne had. That dream, where she was embraced by fire.
Hmm.
A spirit of fire must be here, must be in the old city somewhere.
I look out to where Rill went. I think we're done here, and it's time to tell you all what happened to me earlier.
And we'll
Seems
leave
that-
that for next time because
It's late.
it's very early in the morning. It's nice to have a little bit of a cliffhanger. kind
Yeah.
So, did we get as far as we were supposed to, or?
You went a bit further than I was planning, but I was enjoying
Mm.
myself, so
We got ahead this time.
Wow.
Wow.
Ah. And oh no. Real. Oh no.
So-
Real.
we'll leave it at that with Foreign going to update people on his ventures elsewhere.
All right, that's
Mm.
that's basically it. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alrighty, folks, that's us for tonight. We'll see you guys again tomorrow night for some Terraria. Next week for some Final Fantasy XIV. We are planning on a break in the near future, about a month from now. We're going to get into more details about that once we get closer to the day. But yeah, keep that in mind, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow for Terraria. Later.